The map didn't look dangerous at first glance, just a stretch of forested high ground along the Belgian border, roads threading through small villages, elevation lines rising almost quietly around Elsenborn Ridge. But elevation isn't neutral in war. It decides who sees first, who fires first, who stalls, and who moves. By mid-December 1944, that ridge became a hinge point inside the much larger Battle of the Bulge, and everything that collided there began to fracture around that advantage. German forces pushed into the Ardennes with weight, over 200,000 troops, supported by nearly 1,000 tanks and assault guns, funneled through narrow roads under heavy tree cover. Their objective ran west, toward the Meuse River, then beyond. But routes matter, and the northern shoulder of that advance depended on breaking through positions held by elements of the US First Army, units including the 99th Infantry Division and 2nd Infantry Division. They weren't positioned for dramatic counterattacks. They were there to hold ground that didn't look decisive until it was. The opening pressure came fast. Artillery struck in dense patterns, followed by infantry probing through forest lines where visibility dropped to meters. Then armor followed, columns of German tanks attempting to force roads that were already beginning to choke with movement. But the ridge didn't give clean access. Approaches narrowed. Vehicles stalled when hit, blocking everything behind them. What should have been forward momentum began to compress into congestion. Inside an American artillery position, the work turned mechanical. Shells, each weighing around 100 pounds, were lifted, loaded, fired in steady rhythm. Fire missions came through in rapid sequence, coordinates adjusted, guns recalibrated again and again. Some units fired thousands of rounds over the course of the engagement, barrels heating, crews rotating to maintain pace. The ridge allowed observation, clear enough to direct fire with precision, even as snow and smoke blurred the edges. I remember tracing one firing log, where a battery recorded near-continuous operation for hours, the notation shifting from exact timings to shorter entries, as if even writing them down began to erode under pressure. That detail stuck with me, not because of scale, but because of repetition. The same motion, over and over, until exhaustion began to bleed into everything else. German assaults pressed repeatedly, infantry advancing through woods, armor attempting to break through gaps. But each push collided with prepared positions and concentrated artillery fire. Casualty rates climbed. Vehicles burned along narrow roads, their wreckage forcing following units to halt or reroute. Momentum, which the offensive depended on, began to stall. Not all at once, but in segments. One unit delayed here, another blocked there, until coordination itself started to fracture. The cold didn't help either side. Temperatures dropped below freezing, affecting weapons, engines, and men alike. Fuel thickened. Lubricants slowed, fingers numbed against metal surfaces. Inside a tank, the engine's vibration offered some warmth, but outside, infantry moved through conditions that drained energy with each step. A soldier, adjusting his grip on a rifle, might notice the stiffness before realizing how long he'd been holding it that way. What makes Elsenborn Ridge different from other points in the Ardennes is that it didn't collapse. It held. That matters more than it sounds. Because while other sectors bent or broke under German pressure, this position absorbed repeated assaults and refused to give ground. By doing that, it anchored the northern flank of the offensive, forcing German units to divert, delay, and eventually lose the tempo they needed. I kept coming back to a simple realization while reading through accounts of this fight. Nothing about it was dramatic in isolation. No single moment decided it. It was accumulation, artillery rounds landing where they needed to, infantry holding positions that could have been abandoned, just small delays adding up until an entire advance lost coherence. It's easy to overlook something like that because it doesn't announce itself loudly. But without it, the shape of the battle changes. Step back and the numbers settle in. Multiple German divisions committed to breaking the ridge. Thousands of artillery rounds fired by American units. Days of sustained pressure without a decisive breakthrough. Narrow your focus again, and it becomes quieter. A forward observer adjusting coordinates through binoculars fogged at the edges. A loader steadying a shell before passing it forward. The distant echo of guns rolling across frozen ground. If you're easing into this now, let it soften slightly. You don't need to follow every movement through those woods. Just hold on to the idea of a line that didn't move, even when everything around it began to shift. There's more here, the wider offensive, the consequences that followed. But that can wait. Let the ridge settle into stillness in your mind, snow covering ground that once carried all that weight. You can rest there without needing to resolve it further. This is the entire history of the Elsenborn Ridge battle. Chapter 1. The carbon copy that predicted everything. There is a mimeographed document sitting in a cardboard archive box at the National Archives in College Park, Maryland. It is filed under the records of the 1st United States Army, G2 section, and it bears the heading Estimate Number 37. The paper is standard wartime stock, thin, slightly yellowed, the kind that smudges if you press too hard. Each copy in the original distribution was hand-numbered in blue grease pencil by a headquarters clerk whose name nobody recorded. One particular copy, number 14, in the sequence, has a coffee ring on its second page, a faint brown circle roughly the diameter of a standard issue ceramic mug, staining the upper left quadrant of the text. The document is dated the 10th of December, 1944. It was written by Colonel Benjamin A. Dixon, the Chief Intelligence Officer of 1st Army, and it warned, in language that was specific and urgent and grounded in observed data, that the German army was preparing a major counteroffensive in the Ardennes. It named units. It described rail movements. It assessed timing. And the institution it was written to serve received it, noted it, filed it, and chose, with the quiet bureaucratic precision that large organizations bring to the act of ignoring inconvenient information, to do almost nothing about it. Dixon was not a man given to hysteria. He was a career intelligence officer, methodical by temperament, trained to weigh evidence rather than amplify anxiety. His job, as G2 of the most powerful American field army in Europe, was to tell the commanding general what the enemy was doing, what the enemy was capable of doing, and what the enemy was likely to do next. In early December of 1944, what the enemy was doing was moving. Dixon's staff had identified approximately 1,500 rail movements per day flowing into the Eifel region, the forested German territory directly east of the Ardennes. 1,500 trains a day. That volume represented roughly 30,000 tons of men, equipment, fuel, and ammunition being staged forward day after day into an area that had no offensive purpose unless someone intended to attack westward through the very forest that Allied commanders had written off as too dense, too difficult, and too quiet to matter. Dixon looked at the rail data, cross-referenced it with prisoner interrogation reports that mentioned fresh divisions being formed, and produced Estimate 37. It was, by any fair reading, a clear and actionable warning. It landed on desks. It did not land on minds. The man who most directly contradicted Dixon was Brigadier General Edwin Seibert, the G2 at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, SHAEF, the level above First Army. Seibert's own intelligence summary, produced on the 12th of December, 2 days after Dixon's estimate, stated that the German enemy cannot stage major offensive operations. The language was flat and confident. There was no hedging, no caveat acknowledging Dixon's dissent. 2 intelligence officers operating in the same theatre, with access to largely the same data streams, ultra-intercepts, aerial reconnaissance, prisoner reports, signal intelligence, had looked at the same situation and reached opposite conclusions. This was not a minor disagreement about order of battle. This was a fundamental divergence on the enemy's intent, which is the single most consequential judgment an intelligence officer can make. Seibert said the Germans could not attack. Dixon said they were about to. Both men filed their assessments through proper channels. The machinery of Allied command digested Seibert's confidence and discarded Dixon's alarm. When I read these 2 documents side by side, and I have multiple times in the reading room at College Park, what strikes me is not that Dixon was right and Seibert was wrong. What strikes me is that Seibert didn't simply disagree with Dixon's conclusion. He disagreed with the data Dixon had surfaced. He dismissed the rail movements, the prisoner reports, the unit identifications. That is a different kind of institutional failure, and a more dangerous one. The context matters. By December of 1944, the Allied armies in Western Europe were riding a wave of institutional optimism that had been building since the breakout from Normandy in late July. Paris had been liberated. The German army had been shattered at Falaise. The Great Sweep across France and into Belgium had covered hundreds of miles in weeks. The prevailing assumption, held at SHAEF, at 12th Army Group under General Bradley, and at most senior headquarters, was that the Wehrmacht was a spent force, capable of local counterattacks but incapable of strategic offensive action. This assumption was not irrational. It was supported by considerable evidence. German casualties since June had been catastrophic. German fuel production was collapsing under Allied bombing, and the Luftwaffe had largely ceased to contest the skies. The problem was that supported by considerable evidence is not the same as true. The German military, under the direct and obsessive supervision of Adolf Hitler himself, was undertaking a massive secret reconstitution of forces behind the Eifel, camouflaged by strict movement discipline, radio silence, and the chronic poor weather that had grounded Allied reconnaissance aircraft for most of early December. In the first 2 weeks of that month, there were only 3 days with clear enough skies for effective photo reconnaissance over the Eifel. 3 days. The intelligence system was not merely biased toward optimism, it was partially blinded by cloud cover. And then Dixon went to Paris. On the 14th of December, 2 days before the German offensive began, the man who had predicted the attack departed on scheduled leave. This detail is sometimes cited as evidence that even Dixon didn't fully believe his own estimate, that if he had truly expected an imminent attack, he wouldn't have left. I don't find that argument convincing. Dixon had filed his estimate through channels. He had done what his position required. The decision to act on it or not belonged to his commanding general and to higher headquarters. His going on leave was not an abdication. It was the behavior of a staff officer who had delivered his assessment and understood that he could not force the institution to listen. The institution's failure was not in producing a warning. The warning existed in triplicate with coffee stains. The failure was in the way large military bureaucracies process dissent, not by suppressing it, necessarily, but by filing it alongside the consensus and then weighting the consensus, because the consensus is what the senior leadership wants to hear. This dynamic is not unique to 1944. It is a permanent feature of hierarchical organizations, and it recurs with depressing regularity in the intelligence failures of subsequent decades, from the Bay of Pigs to the weapons of mass destruction assessments that preceded the Iraq War. The post-September 11th intelligence community's practice of requiring dissenting threat estimates to be published alongside consensus views, a reform known as competitive analysis, exists because of exactly this kind of failure. Dixon's estimate was the dissent. It was noted. It was not competitive. While Dixon was in Paris and Sibert's confidence circulated at Chartres, the sector of the Western Front that would soon become the epicenter of the last German offensive was classified as a rest area. The Ardennes, a 100-mile stretch of dense forest, rolling hills, and small Belgian farming villages running from Monschau in the north to Echternach in the south, was held by a thin screen of American divisions, some battered from recent fighting, others fresh and untested. The 5th Corps sector, which included the terrain that would become Elsenborn Ridge, was held by the 99th Infantry Division, a unit so new to combat that its soldiers had earned the nickname the Battle Babies. The 99th's front extended for 19 miles through the Krinkelter and along the approaches to the Elsenborn Plateau. Standard American doctrine recommended that a division defend 5 to 8 miles of front. The 99th was stretched across more than twice that, a density so thin that platoons were separated by hundreds of yards of unoccupied forest. This was not considered a problem because the Ardennes was quiet. The ghost front, soldiers called it. A place where nothing happened, where battered divisions came to rest and green divisions came to acclimate. The assumption of quiet was so deeply embedded in the operational planning that the V Corps had scheduled an offensive operation, an attack on the Roa River dams, to begin from the 99th sector in mid-December. The sector was simultaneously a rest area and a launching point for attack. It was not configured for defense. But there was one man in the chain of command who hedged. Major General Leonard T. Gero, commanding the V Corps from his headquarters at Eupen, Belgium, did not dismiss Dixon's warning entirely. Gero was a careful officer, methodical, unglamorous. The kind of general who reads logistics reports before breakfast and checks defensive overlays before dinner. He had commanded V Corps on Omaha Beach on the 6th of June, 1944, where he had been the senior officer on the beach during the worst hours of that morning. He had made decisions under existential uncertainty before. He had practice. In the days before the German attack, Gero issued a cautionary order to his subordinate units regarding defensive preparations. It was not a dramatic order. It did not countermand the planned offensive or pull divisions off the line. It was a quiet, professional hedge, the kind of thing a corps commander does when the intelligence picture is ambiguous and the institutional consensus might be wrong. It told his divisions to be ready. It didn't tell them what to be ready for, because Gero himself didn't know. The distinction between a corps commander who hedged and an army-level staff that did not would within 72 hours become the first structural reason that Elsenborn Ridge would hold instead of fold. It fascinates me how often Gero is overlooked in the standard accounts of the Bulge. The names that dominate the narrative are Eisenhower, Bradley, Patton, McAuliffe at Bastogne. Gero, a quiet Virginian who made the right call before it was obvious, who acted on incomplete information, with disciplined judgment rather than dramatic flair, barely registers in the popular memory. Part of this is the nature of what he did. He prepared for a defense that he hoped wouldn't be necessary. Preparation doesn't make for compelling cinema. But when I trace the chain of causation that led to the Elsenborn Ridge holding against the full weight of the Sixth Panzer Army, the chain doesn't start with the riflemen in their foxholes on the 16th of December. It starts with a corps commander in Eupen reading an intelligence estimate that the rest of the institution was ignoring, and deciding quietly, without fanfare, without a dramatic confrontation with higher headquarters, to take it seriously enough to hedge. That hedge wasn't enough on its own. It was necessary, and necessity in war is usually invisible until it becomes the difference between collapse and survival. The machinery of the German attack was, by mid-December, already in motion. Behind the Eifel, 3 German armies, the 6th Panzer Army in the north, the 5th Panzer Army in the center, and the 7th Army in the south, were assembling under conditions of extreme operational security. Troops moved only at night. Radio communication was forbidden. Units were kept in assembly areas under forest cover during daylight. The operation was codenamed Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine, a deliberately defensive-sounding name chosen to deceive Allied signal intelligence into interpreting any intercepted references as evidence of German defensive preparations rather than offensive intent. The force assembled was enormous by late 1944 standards. Approximately 200,000 men, roughly 600 tanks and assault guns, nearly 2,000 artillery pieces, and enough ammunition and fuel for, the German staff hoped, 10 days of operations. The 6th Panzer Army, commanded by SS Oberstgruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, she was the strongest of the 3 and was assigned the main effort: break through the Ardennes, cross the Meuse River, and drive northwest to capture the port of Antwerp, thereby splitting the British and American armies and forcing a negotiated settlement. The axis of the 6th Panzer Army's attack ran directly through the sector held by the 99th Infantry Division, directly through the approaches to Elsenborn Ridge. The quiet sector was about to become the loudest place on the Western Front. The 15th of December, 1944, was a Sunday. In the foxholes and log-covered dugouts of the 99th Division, scattered through the frozen Krinkelter Wald, soldiers wrote letters, cleaned weapons, and tried to stay warm. Some had received Christmas packages from home. The temperature hovered near freezing. A thin layer of snow covered the forest floor. The forward observation posts reported nothing unusual. Some distant motor noises, perhaps. The kind of ambient sound that a forest near a front line always produces. The war diary of the 393rd Infantry Regiment, one of the 99th's 3 infantry regiments, records the day's activity in a few terse lines. Routine patrols, no significant enemy contact, weather overcast. In Eupen, Gero reviewed the day's intelligence summaries. In Paris, Dixon was on leave. In Spa, the First Army headquarters continued to plan the Rotterdam offensive. And behind the Eifel, in assembly areas screened by forest and darkness, the soldiers of the 277th Volksgrenadier Division, 40% of them former Luftwaffe ground crew and naval personnel with less than 8 weeks of infantry training, checked their weapons, ate a cold meal, and waited for the order that would send them into the forest before dawn. The carbon copy with the coffee ring sat in its file. Its warning had been processed by the system and converted, through the alchemy of institutional consensus, into nothing. In less than 12 hours, the system's error would become evident to everyone. The file would remain. The coffee stain would remain. And approximately 30,000 tons of German war material staged forward through those 1,500 daily rail movements that Dixon had counted and Cyber had dismissed. Gige would announce its presence with the sound of 1,000 guns firing into the dark. Chapter 2. The terrain the Germans needed and the Americans already had. There is a map, sheet number 4403, Butgenbach, published by the Belgian Institut Géographique Militaire in 1935, that shows the Elsenborn Plateau in the precise, indifferent detail that only a topographic survey can provide. The contour lines are drawn at 5-meter intervals, and they describe a landscape of gentle undulation, a broad, treeless plateau sitting at roughly 600 meters elevation, perhaps 20 meters higher than its surroundings at its crest, sloping gradually westward toward the Belgian interior and falling more steeply eastward into the forested valleys of the Krinkelter and the Losheimergraben Gap. Someone, an American staff officer, almost certainly from the 2nd Infantry Division's operations section, working with red crayon under whatever light was available in a Belgian farmhouse in December of 1944, drew 3 arcs on this map. The arcs radiate eastward from positions near the Elsenborn military camp, each one marking the outer limit of observed artillery fire from a specific set of gun positions. The arcs overlap. Together, they describe a zone of converging fire that covers every square meter of the eastern approaches to the ridge. There is no dead ground within them, no fold in the terrain deep enough to shelter a man, let alone a tank. From the observation of someone standing on the crest with binoculars and a field telephone, that staff officer's name is not recorded anywhere in the archives. The red crayon arcs he drew describe the geometry of what would become the most effective artillery kill zone on the Western Front. It is difficult to overstate how much the physical characteristics of this ground mattered, and how poorly most accounts convey them. The popular image of a ridge suggests something dramatic: a steep escarpment, a cliff face, a wall of rock. Elsenborn Ridge is nothing like that. It is, in person, almost disappointing. A broad, wind-scoured plateau of farmland and heath, gently rolling with sight lines that extend for kilometers in every direction. The word ridge is technically accurate, because the ground does rise relative to its surroundings, but the gradient is mild enough that you could drive a tractor across it without difficulty. What makes it formidable is not elevation in the absolute sense, but relative elevation combined with openness. The approaches from the east, the direction from which any German attack would come, rise through several kilometers of dense forest, the Krinkelter before breaking out onto the open plateau. An attacking force moving westward would spend hours in the forest, confined to narrow trails and fire breaks, unable to deploy in formation or use armor effectively. And then, upon emerging from the tree line, that force would face 1,200 to 1,500 meters of open, treeless ground with no cover, rising gently toward a crest occupied by defenders who could see every movement and call artillery fire onto it within minutes. The terrain did not guarantee a defensive victory, but it made an offensive victory extraordinarily expensive. The Belgian military understood this ground well because they had chosen it deliberately. The Elsenborn camp, Camp Elsenborn, formerly the Centre de Camp d'Elsenborn, had been a Belgian army training facility since the early 20th century. The Belgians selected the site precisely because its open, rolling terrain replicated the conditions of the Western Front, where Belgian forces expected to fight in the event of another European war. The camp's infrastructure, barracks, roads, cleared firing ranges, and crucially, surveyed artillery positions with pre-calculated firing data, had been built over decades to support large-scale military exercises. When the American Army occupied the area in the autumn of 1944, they inherited this infrastructure. The roads that allowed American supply trucks to reach the ridge were Belgian military roads. The cleared fields that provided observation and fields of fire were Belgian training ranges. The artillery positions that American batteries would occupy in December had been surveyed and registered by Belgian gunners years before. This inheritance was not planned or foreseen by any American planner. It was an accident of geography intersecting with Belgian institutional foresight, a gift from a small country's military establishment that had anticipated a German invasion through the Ardennes, even if the invasion they anticipated was a different one. The irony is thick enough to annotate. Belgian defensive infrastructure, built in the 1930s to prepare for a German attack, was used in 1944 to defeat an actual German attack through the same corridor. The soil composition of the plateau adds another layer to the terrain's military significance, and this is one of those technical details that rarely appears in narrative histories, but that shaped every tactical decision on the ground. The Elsenborn Plateau sits on a bed of Cambrian-era slate and quartzite, overlaid by a relatively thin layer of loam and peat, typical of the Oatsvagen, the high fens region of eastern Belgium. In December of 1944, this soil responded unevenly to the cold. On the exposed, wind-swept crest of the ridge, the ground froze hard, solid enough to support vehicle traffic, yet firm enough that foxholes required picks and entrenching tools to dig more than 18 inches deep. But in the forested valleys and sheltered eastern approaches, where the tree canopy blocked wind and retained moisture, the ground remained softer, a semi-frozen mud that could bog tracked vehicles and make foot movement exhausting. This discrepancy matters enormously because it means the terrain behaved differently for the defender and the attacker. The Americans on the ridge crest had frozen, stable ground under their positions. The Germans in the forest approaches had mud. After-action reports from both sides reflect this asymmetry, sometimes contradictorily. American accounts describe frozen solid ground, while German reports from the 12th SS Panzer Division mention soft terrain and bogged vehicles in the forest lanes. Both are true. They were experiencing different micro-environments within the same battle space, separated by a few kilometers of elevation and tree cover. The road network was the skeleton upon which the entire German operational plan was built, and its limitations at Elsenborn were fatal. The Sixth Panzer Army's attack plan designated several primary routes, called Rollbahnen by the German staff, lettered alphabetically, running westward through the Ardennes toward the Meuse River crossings. Rollbahn C ran through the twin villages of Rocherath Krinkelt, situated at the eastern edge of the Elsenborn Plateau, where the forest met the open ground. Rollbahn D ran further south, through Bullingen and past the Domäne Bütgenbach, the estate farm complex south of the plateau. These routes were not highways. They were narrow Belgian rural roads, many of them single-lane, with soft shoulders and limited capacity for heavy military traffic. In the German operational timetable, the road junctions at Rocherath Krinkelt and Bullingen were supposed to be in German hands by noon on the 16th of December, the first day of the attack. Through these junctions, the armoured divisions of the ISS Panzer Corps, the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitlerjugend, and the 1st SS Panzer Division Leibstandarte were to pass for the exploitation drive to the Meuse. The junctions were not optional objectives, they were timetable requirements, and they sat at the foot of Elsenborn Ridge, under the observation of those red crayon arcs on map sheet 4403. When I was cross-referencing the German approach routes with the elevation data from the Belgian topographic survey, I found it striking that the total elevation gain from the Aar River Valley, where the German assault forces were staged on the 15th of December, to the Elsenborn crest was roughly 300 meters over about 15 kilometers. That sounds modest. In military terms, for armored vehicles, it was punishing. A Panther tank in rough terrain consumed fuel at a rate of approximately 1.5 to 2 gallons per mile. The uphill gradient through forest, on narrow roads, in December conditions, pushed consumption toward the higher end of that range and beyond. For the Sixth Panzer Army as a whole, hundreds of tanks, thousands of trucks, countless half-tracked vehicles, the cumulative fuel penalty of climbing toward Elsenborn amounted to an estimated 40,000 additional gallons of gasoline that the Wehrmacht's starving logistics system could not comfortably spare. In an operation where the total fuel allocation was already insufficient for the stated objective, the German staff had allocated enough fuel for roughly 150 kilometers of advance per armored vehicle, while the distance to Antwerp was approximately 200 kilometers. Every additional gallon burned on gradient was a gallon not available for the exploitation. The Germans were counting on captured American fuel dumps to make up the deficit. The terrain at Elsenborn was quietly drinking that margin dry before the attack even began. The final characteristic of the Elsenborn position that deserves clinical attention is the matter of reverse slope defense and what it meant for the American artillery. The ridge's western slope, the side facing away from the Germans, provided natural concealment for gun positions. American howitzer batteries could be placed behind the crest, invisible to direct observation from the east, while forward observers on the crest itself maintained an uninterrupted view of the eastern approaches. The physics of indirect fire made this arrangement lethal. A 105mm howitzer firing at maximum charge sends its shell in a parabolic arc. A battery positioned 800 meters behind the crest could drop shells on targets 6 to 8 kilometers to the east without ever being visible to the enemy's ground-level observation. The only way to locate and engage these batteries was through counter-battery fire directed by sound-ranging equipment or aerial observation. And the German sound-ranging capability in the Ardennes was limited, while the Luftwaffe's absence from the sky in late December meant aerial observation was essentially non-existent. The American guns could fire with near impunity. The open plateau to their front meant that every meter of the attackers' approach march was visible to the forward observers, and the pre-surveyed Belgian artillery positions meant that the American batteries could occupy their sights and begin accurate fire with minimal registration. The time-consuming process of test firing to determine exact corrections for weather, powder temperature, and barrel wear. The Belgians had, in effect, an already done part of the mathematical homework. I have walked this ground, not in December, in autumn, when the weather was milder and the plateau was green rather than white. But even in mild conditions, the physical reality of the terrain communicates something that no map or document can fully convey. The wind is the first thing you notice. The plateau is exposed to a constant west wind that scours the crest and makes standing still uncomfortable within minutes. In December of 1944, that wind would have driven wind chill temperatures far below the ambient air reading, which itself hovered between -4 and -12 degrees Celsius for much of the battle. But the wind did something else too, something tactically significant that is almost never mentioned in the histories. It cleared smoke. Artillery fire and burning vehicles produce dense smoke that, in still conditions, can obscure the battlefield and blind the observers upon whom the entire defensive fire plan depended. On Elsenborn Ridge, the wind dispersed smoke rapidly, within minutes, sometimes seconds. The Americans' view was never obscured for long. Every time the Germans reorganized for another assault, the smoke from the last one had already blown away, and the observers on the crest could see them forming up again in the open. The German operational planners knew the terrain was difficult. They were not fools, and they had access to the same Belgian and German topographic surveys that the Americans used. But the plan they were executing was not theirs. It was Hitler's. And Hitler's plan required the Sixth Panzer Army to break through this sector in 24 hours. A timetable so aggressive that it left no room for the terrain to impose its will. The plan assumed that the American defenders would collapse under the shock of the initial assault, that the road junctions would fall quickly, and that the armoured exploitation force would be rolling westward across the plateau by the afternoon of the first day. The plan assumed these things not because the evidence supported them, but because the alternative, that the terrain would hold the attackers long enough for the defenders to consolidate and the artillery to mass, was too dire to be included in an operational plan that could not, under the political conditions of the Third Reich in late 1944, acknowledge the possibility of failure. The terrain, of course, had no interest in the plan. It simply was what it was: open, windswept, gently elevated, perfectly observed, and lethal to anyone crossing it under fire. The map with the red crayon arcs now sits in an archive box, one document among thousands. The officer who drew those arcs, who understood at a glance that 3 overlapping fields of observed artillery fire turned a gentle Belgian plateau into a killing ground, left behind no name, no memoir, no oral history tape. He left 3 lines on a map. The lines said everything that needed to be said. Below them, east of the crest, was the ground where the 6th Panzer Army would come. Above them, behind the crest, was where the guns would wait. The space between was open, treeless, and visible. It was roughly 1,500 meters wide. It could be crossed on foot in about 15 minutes at a walking pace. Thousands of German soldiers would try. The ground is still there. The farmer still plows it, and the metal that the plowshare occasionally turns up, shell fragments, casing shards, the corroded remnants of weapons and equipment, is the ground's slow, continuing testimony to what happened in the space between those 3 red arcs in the winter of 1944. Chapter 3. The 99th Infantry Division. The Battle Babies. Before the battle. In the unit records of the 99th Infantry Division, stored in Record Group 407 at the National Archives, there is a training memorandum from Camp Maxey, Texas, dated March of 1944. It concerns rifle qualification scores. The memorandum notes that Rifle Company K of the 393rd Infantry Regiment achieved a qualification rate of 93% with the M1 Garand rifle, an exceptional figure by any standard, well above the Army average of roughly 80% for line infantry companies. Someone, a company clerk with neat cursive handwriting, penciled in the margin, "Best in Bayern." 3 words, written with the quiet pride of an organization that measured itself in numbers and knew when a number was good. 9 months after that memorandum was filed, the men of Company K were in foxholes in the Krinkelter Wald in eastern Belgium, in the dark, firing those same M1 Garands at shapes they couldn't identify in a forest so dense that muzzle flashes were the primary means of locating the enemy. Their 93% qualification rate, she earned on flat, well-lit ranges in the Texas heat, meant something. It just didn't mean what anyone had expected it to mean when the test was conducted. The 99th Infantry Division was activated on the 15th of November, 1942, at Camp Van Dorn, Mississippi, later moving to Camp Maxey near Paris, Texas, for the bulk of its training. It was a standard triangular infantry division of the wartime US Army. 3 infantry regiments, the 393rd, the 394th, and the 395th, plus 4 artillery battalions, an engineer battalion, a medical battalion, a reconnaissance troop, and the usual assortment of support and service units. On paper, it looked like any other division. In practice, it was unusual in one critical respect. Its enlisted ranks contained a disproportionate number of former ASTP soldiers. ASTP, the Army's specialized training program, was a wartime initiative that sent soldiers with above-average aptitude test scores to college campuses for accelerated academic training in engineering, languages, medicine, and other technical fields. The program's intent was to create a pool of educated soldiers for specialized assignments. Its practical effect, when manpower shortages forced the Army to shutter the program in early 1944, was to dump thousands of intelligent, academically oriented young men into the infantry as replacement privates. The 99th received a large share of these men. Their average EEQ scores were above 115. They read more, wrote more, and asked more questions than a typical infantry cohort, none of which, it should be noted, then had any proven correlation with the ability to survive a German artillery barrage in a frozen forest at 05:30 in the morning. The division's training at Camp Maxi was thorough by stateside standards and inadequate by the standards of what awaited it in Belgium. The men fired their weapons, ran assault courses, conducted squad and platoon tactical exercises, and practiced night movement. What they did not do, what no stateside training facility in 1944 could adequately replicate, was operate in sustained winter conditions in dense European forest. The Krinkelter Wald was not the pine flats of East Texas. It was a mature hardwood and conifer forest, with a canopy so dense that daylight was reduced to a permanent twilight on the forest floor. Navigation was difficult. Fields of fire were measured in meters, not yards. Sound played tricks. A footstep on frozen leaves could sound like it was 10 meters away, or 50. And the cold, which Camp Maxi did not provide, changed everything. It stiffened fingers, slowed reactions, fogged breath that could reveal a position, and turned the simple act of operating a rifle bolt into a painful negotiation with frozen metal. The M1 Garand, for all its virtues as a semi-automatic battle rifle, 8 rounds, clip-fed, gas-operated, accurate to 400 yards in trained hands, had its own relationship with cold and moisture. The operating rod could freeze if lubricant congealed. The N-block clip's ejection mechanism could jam if mud or ice entered the receiver. Soldiers learned to keep a thin film of light oil on the action and to avoid touching bare metal with ungloved skin, which would freeze to the steel and tear flesh. The 93% qualification rate reflected a fundamentally different biomechanical and environmental context from what the forest demanded. The division arrived in Belgium in November of 1944 and was assigned to the Wailly-Corse sector of the First Army's front. Its area of responsibility covered a 19-mile stretch of the Ardennes forest, running roughly from the Monschau corridor in the north to the Losheimer Gap in the south. 19 miles. Standard American doctrine recommended that a division in defensive posture hold 5 to 8 miles of front, depending on terrain and the expected threat. The 99th was stretched across nearly 4 times the doctrinal maximum, a density so thin that in places platoons held frontages of a mile or more, sheave with gaps of hundreds of yards between positions, covered only by the theoretical possibility that someone might hear something in the dark and send a patrol. This dispersion was not considered a significant risk, because the Ardennes was classified as a quiet sector, the ghost front, and the 99th's assignment there was understood as a gentle introduction to combat. The division would hold a quiet line, conduct small unit patrols, absorb the rhythms of frontline life, and gradually develop the experience and confidence that training alone could not provide. It was a reasonable plan. It was built on the assumption that the enemy would cooperate with it. The enemy had other plans. The patrol war of late November and early December gave the 99th its first ambiguous contact with what was gathering in the east. Small patrols, typically squad-sized 8 to 12 men, went out nightly into the forest and the border area, looking for signs of German activity. The S2 intelligence summaries from the 393rd and 394th Infantry Regiments during this period record a pattern of vague, frustrating reports. Motor noises to the east, possible tracked vehicle movement on road, sounds of construction activity in German lines. These reports were real. The patrols were hearing the forward edge of the massive German buildup, but the reports lacked specificity. They couldn't identify units, estimate numbers, or determine intent. They were noise in both the literal and informational sense, and the intelligence machinery at regiment, division, and corps level lacked the contextual framework to interpret noise as evidence of an army. The 99th Division's own after-action report, written after the battle, claims that aggressive patrolling detected the German buildup. This is true in a narrow sense. But the V Corps G2 periodic reports, which aggregated the intelligence from multiple divisions, show that the information flowing up from the 99th's patrols was considered vague and unactionable. The patrols found symptoms. The institution couldn't diagnose the disease. To me, the most telling detail about the 99th Division before the battle isn't the rifle scores or the ASTP men or the thin frontage. It's a diary entry. In the collection held by the 99th Infantry Division Association, there are dozens of personal diaries and letters from soldiers who served on the Ghost Front in December of 1944. One soldier, a private in the 394th Infantry, recorded on the 14th of December, 2 days before the German attack, that he had received a Christmas package from his mother. He noted the contents. Among them were socks, wool socks. He wrote about them with the kind of specific, material gratitude that only a man who has been wearing the same wet socks for a week can feel. That entry, its domesticity, its ordinariness, its complete unawareness of what was about to happen, is, to me, the most honest document of the Ghost Front. Not the intelligence estimates, not the operations orders, not the after-action reports written with the wisdom of hindsight. A private writing about socks. That is what December 14th looked like from a foxhole in the Krinkelter Wald. The war was something happening elsewhere, to other people. The immediate reality was wool socks and cold feet and a letter from home. The ASTP factor deserves separate consideration, not because these men were inherently better soldiers, that framing is reductive and unsupported, but because they left better evidence. The historian's dirty secret is that a unit's place in the historical record is partly a function of its literacy rate. Units with educated, articulate soldiers produce more letters, more diaries, more detailed post-war memoirs, and more responsive Veterans Association archives than units whose soldiers left fewer written traces. The 99th Division, heavy with ASTP men who were accustomed to reading and writing, generated an unusually rich personal documentation of its experience. The 99th Infantry Division Association's archive, built over decades by veterans who met at reunions, recorded oral histories, and donated personal papers, is one of the most complete records of a single division's combat experience in the European theatre. This archival richness is itself an artifact of the ASTP program's demographic impact on the unit. The men who were sent from college classrooms to infantry foxholes brought with them a habit of documentation that survived the experience and produced a historical resource that less literate units could not match. I find myself drawn to the ASTP men, not because they were smarter, that framing is, as I said, reductive, but because they left a record that allows this kind of granular reconstruction. The historian in me must confess this dependency honestly. There is one more detail about the 99th Division's pre-battle situation that is almost never mentioned in standard accounts, but that, when you encounter it in the records, stops you cold. The division had been scheduled to participate in a V-Corps attack on the Roa River dams, Operation Doolittle, beginning on or about the 13th of December. This attack, directed from the 99th's right flank sector, would have required the division to reorient its forces southward, shifting units away from their defensive positions in the Krinkelter. The attack was postponed, for reasons unrelated to the Ardennes, a delay in the adjacent unit's readiness, logistical complications, the kind of routine scheduling friction that characterizes large military operations. Had it gone forward on the 13th, the 99th's battalions would have been in the process of moving on the morning of the 16th, reoriented toward an objective to the south, with their defensive frontage in the forest partially abandoned or covered by skeleton forces. The German barrage would have caught them in transit, the worst possible posture. The postponement of an offensive operation that had nothing to do with the Ardennes, decided by staff officers who had no knowledge of the coming German attack, was an accident of scheduling that may have saved the division from a catastrophe worse than the one it actually experienced. War is full of these moments, decisions made for reasons entirely unconnected to their ultimate consequences, where the right thing happens for the wrong reason and the people involved never know how close the alternative came. At full strength, the 99th Infantry Division fielded approximately 14,253 men, a number that had been altered by the usual attrition of transfers, illness, and the constant hemorrhage of personnel that affects any large military organization, even in a quiet sector. By the 15th of December, each of its 9 infantry battalions fielded roughly 805 men, adequate on paper for a defensive mission, but thinned to absurdity across 19 miles of forest front. The effective density was approximately 42 riflemen per mile of front line. For context, the German attack, when it came, would bring approximately 200 to 300 infantry per mile against them in the initial assault sectors, backed by artillery, armoured vehicles, and the accumulated desperation of a regime that understood this was its last offensive capability. The 99th's 42 riflemen per mile were not a defensive force. They were a tripwire. The question was not whether the wire would be broken. It would be, but whether it would slow the attackers enough for the heavier forces behind it to consolidate. Everything depended on those first hours. Everything depended on whether green soldiers, alone in the dark, with their communications cut and their chain of command fractured, would choose to fight rather than run. The 15th of December was quiet. The diary entries from that evening record nothing unusual. The men ate, slept in shifts, stared into the dark forest from their foxholes, and waited for something they did not expect. In the German assembly areas east of the Aar River, the 277th Volksgrenadier Division, the unit that would hit the 99th's front, was conducting final preparations. Its soldiers, 40% of them former Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine personnel, with less than 8 weeks of infantry training, were being briefed on their attack routes. They were told the Americans opposite them were a green division on a quiet front. This was accurate. They were told the American line would break quickly. This was not tested. The two forces, one stretched thin and unsuspecting, the other concentrated and certain of surprise, faced each other across a few kilometers of frozen forest. Between them lay the Krinkelter Wald, its canopy black against a grey December sky. The forest would be the intermediary, the space where surprise would be converted into chaos, and chaos would be converted into either breakthrough or delay. The socks in the Christmas package, the neat cursive in the training memo, the 93% qualification rate. These were the materials the morning of the 16th of December would work with. They would not be enough. They would have to be. Chapter 4. The Sixth Panzer Army's Plan. Sepp Dietrich's Problem. In the Bundesarchiv Militärarchiv in Freiburg, Germany, among the surviving records of the 277th Volksgrenadier Division, there is an attack order for Operation Wacht am Rhein. The document includes a hand-drawn overlay on tracing paper, the kind of fragile, translucent sheet that staff officers in every army used to sketch unit boundaries, phase lines, and axes of advance atop printed topographic maps. This overlay is drawn in coloured pencil, red, blue, and green, one colour for each of the division's 3 regimental assault sectors. The lines are precise, the work of a trained staff officer with a steady hand and a ruler. At the top of the overlay, in ink, someone has written, Angriffs begin 05:30. Attack begins at 05:30. Below this, in a different hand, in lighter pencil, as if added later, perhaps during a final briefing, perhaps as an afterthought, someone has written 2 words, Benebel, in fog. That penciled addendum is, in its way, more revealing than the entire operational order it annotates. It tells you that the plan required atmospheric conditions it could not control. It tells you that someone on that staff, perhaps the overlay's draftsman, perhaps the regimental commander who received it, understood that the carefully coloured lines on the tracing paper were contingent on the weather cooperating. It tells you the plan was fragile, and fragile plans in war tend to shatter. The operational plan for Wacht am Rhein was Hitler's personal creation, imposed on a military staff that, by the late autumn of 1944, had learned that arguing with him about strategic objectives was futile and potentially fatal. The idea itself was not militarily absurd in its broadest conception. Launch a surprise counteroffensive through the weakly held Ardennes, split the British and American armies, seize the critical supply port of Antwerp, and force the Western Allies to negotiate. The concept had a historical echo, the 1940 breakthrough through the same Ardennes that had knocked France out of the war. But the 1940 operation had been launched by a Wehrmacht at the peak of its strength, with air superiority, ample fuel, and an enemy whose doctrine and morale were brittle. The 1944 operation would be launched by a Wehrmacht that was hemorrhaging men, machines, and fuel on 3 fronts simultaneously, with no air superiority, limited fuel reserves, and an enemy whose logistics and firepower had only grown more formidable with each month. Hitler's generals understood the disparity. General Oberst Alfred Jodl, the chief of the OKW operations staff, and General Feldmarschall Gerd von Rundstedt, the nominal commander-in-chief in the West, she both advocated for a small solution, a limited offensive aimed at encircling American forces in the Aachen salient, rather than driving all the way to Antwerp. Hitler rejected the small solution categorically. He wanted the grand gamble. The plan that went forward was his, not theirs, and its timetable reflected the optimism of a man who had stopped listening to operational reality. The Sixth Panzer Army, assigned the main effort, the northern axis of the attack, was commanded by SS Oberstgruppenführer Josef Sepp Dietrich, a man whose military credentials were rooted more in political loyalty and personal ferocity than in operational sophistication. Dietrich had commanded the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler from its origins as a bodyguard unit through its expansion into a full panzer division and then a panzer corps. He was brave, blunt, and widely regarded by professional Wehrmacht officers as tactically competent at the small unit level, but out of his depth at army command. The real operational planning for the 6th Panzer Army was done by its Chief of Staff, Brigade Führer Fritz Kramer, a more conventionally skilled officer who translated Hitler's strategic fantasy into the tactical specifics that units would actually execute. After the war, in American captivity, Dietrich would claim that he had never believed the plan could work, that he had privately scoffed at the Antwerp objective and told associates it was impossible. This claim of retrospective skepticism is difficult to evaluate. Kramer, interrogated separately, stated that Dietrich had been enthusiastic during planning conferences. The two accounts contradict each other in ways that are typical of post-war testimony, where every German general suddenly remembered having doubted the plans they had executed. I assess that Dietrich's post-war skepticism was largely retrofitted, a man constructing a more flattering narrative after the fact, but that a kernel of genuine doubt probably existed, because the plan's impossibility was visible to anyone who could read a fuel consumption table. The 6th Panzer Army's assault echelon consisted of 2 waves. The first wave comprised 3 Volksgrenadier divisions, the 277th, the 12th, and the 3rd Parachute, whose job was to break through the American front line on foot, through the forest, in the dark. The second wave comprised the ISS Panzer Corps, containing 2 of the most powerful armoured formations remaining to the German military, the 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, and the 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. The plan called for the Volksgrenadiers to breach the American line during the first hours of the 16th of December, whereupon the panzer divisions would pass through the breach and drive westward on designated routes, the Rollbahnen, at maximum speed toward the Meuse crossings. The ISS Panzer Corps was supposed to be through the breach and rolling west by noon on the first day. It was supposed to reach the Meuse by the 4th day. Every element of this timetable depended on a single, unexamined assumption that the American front line would break quickly, cleanly, and completely. There was no contingency for a defense that held. There was no phase line for consolidation if the Volksgrenadiers stalled. The plan assumed success because it was written in a system that did not permit the assumption of failure. This is not a rhetorical observation. It is a structural one. In the military planning culture of the Third Reich, in late 1944, presenting a plan that included failure contingencies was tantamount to expressing doubt in the Führer's will. Staff officers who expressed such doubt were relieved, transferred, or worse. The plan was optimistic, not because the staff was incompetent, but because the institution required optimism as a condition of employment. The 277th Volksgrenadier Division, the formation that would strike the 99th Infantry Division sector directly, deserves close attention because its composition reveals the desperation underlying the offensive's order of battle. Volksgrenadier was a title introduced in 1944 for newly constituted or reconstituted infantry divisions, organized under a leaner structure than the pre-war model. Each Volksgrenadier division had 6 infantry battalions instead of the traditional 9, with the reduced manpower theoretically compensated by increased allocation of automatic weapons. Companies received additional MG-42 machine guns and Sturmgewehr 44 assault rifles, weapons with impressive rates of fire that could generate local firepower superiority even with fewer trigger pullers. The theory was elegant. The reality was that roughly 40% of the 277th infantry personnel were not trained infantrymen at all. They were former Luftwaffe ground crew, aircraft mechanics, armourers, logistics specialists, and Kriegsmarine sailors, transferred to the army in the autumn of 1944 as part of the regime's frantic reallocation of manpower from collapsing branches to the ever-hungry ground forces. These men had received 8 weeks or less of infantry training before being assigned to the 277th. 8 weeks. They had learned to fire a rifle, march in formation, and follow basic tactical instructions. They had not learned to navigate dense forest at night, to fight in close-quarter woodland conditions, to identify and react to the sounds of American weapons at ranges where visual identification was impossible. Their attack assignments on the 16th of December required them to do all of these things. It was, from a professional military standpoint, an assignment that bordered on operational malpractice. The ammunition situation for the German artillery tells a parallel story of institutional desperation that is often overlooked in accounts that focus on the dramatic sound and fury of the opening barrage. The Sixth Panzer Army's fire support plan allocated approximately 1,000 artillery tubes to the preparatory bombardment, an impressive number that, on paper, suggested a crushing weight of fire. But the ammunition allocation per gun was thin, due to chronic production shortfalls and transportation disruptions caused by Allied bombing of the German rail network, and each gun was limited to an average of 40 to 60 rounds for the preparatory barrage. This is a critical number. On the Eastern Front, German offensive operations that achieved breakthrough routinely employed preparatory fires of several hundred rounds per gun, sustained over hours, to methodically destroy defensive positions. 40 to 60 rounds per gun produced a barrage that would last 20 to 30 minutes, enough to terrify inexperienced defenders and disrupt communications, but not enough to systematically destroy fortified positions, neutralize artillery batteries, or create the sustained suppression necessary for infantry to cross open ground without opposition. The barrage would be loud. It would not be deep. And when it lifted, the defenders who had survived, in foxholes, in bunkers, in the basements of farmhouses, would be shaken but not destroyed. The difference between those two outcomes, shaken and destroyed, is the difference between a breach and a delay. The German ammunition allocation ensured that the barrage would produce the former, not the latter. When I read the 277th Volksgrenadier Division's attack order, which I have done in translation several times, what haunts me is not what the document says, but what it does not say. There is no contingency paragraph. There is no what-if section. There is no discussion of what the division should do if the American line does not break by the designated time, if the road junctions are not secured, if the panzer divisions cannot pass through on schedule. The document flows with serene, uninterrupted confidence from assembly area to objective, as if the space between the forest, the defenders, the weather, the fog, the mud were a mere formality. I cannot read this document without thinking of the roughly 6,000 men of the 277th who would walk into the Krinkelter Wald before dawn on the 16th of December, following attack axes drawn in coloured pencil on tracing paper, their success dependent on fog, on surprise, on the assumption that American defenders would collapse, and on an artillery preparation that was already, by the numbers, insufficient to guarantee it. Staff planning is, at its best, the reduction of uncertainty to manageable proportions. This plan did not reduce uncertainty. It wished it away. The specific assignment of Kampfgruppe Piper, the reinforced battle group of the Leibstandarte under Obersturmbannführer Joachim Piper, adds a final dimension to the Sixth Panzer Army's dependence on the Elsenborn sector falling. Piper's force, which included a significant portion of the Leibstandarte's tanks and armoured infantry, was assigned Rollbahn D, the southernmost of the Sixth Panzer Army's designated routes. His route ran south of Elsenborn, through Lanzerath, Honsfeld, Büllingen, and onward toward the Meuse. It was the route that would eventually produce the Malmedy massacre and Piper's dramatic, doomed advance to Le Glaise. But Piper's route was not independent of the Elsenborn sector. The German plan assumed that all the Rollbahnen would be active simultaneously, that multiple armoured columns moving westward on parallel routes would prevent the Americans from concentrating their response against any single column. If the northern routes through Rocherath-Krinkelt were blocked, if Elsenborn held, then Piper would be operating on a single, isolated axis with no parallel support, his northern flank exposed, his supply line a single road vulnerable to interdiction, which is exactly what happened. Piper's eventual encirclement and defeat at Le Glaise was not merely the result of his own overextension. It was a direct, traceable consequence of the Elsenborn shoulder-holding firm and denying the German plan its intended breadth of advance. The ridge and the road were connected. The failure at the ridge doomed the road. The fuel arithmetic of the offensive deserves one more examination, because it reveals, with cold mathematical clarity, the gap between the plan's ambition and the plan's resources. The Sixth Panzer Army's total fuel allocation for Wacht am Rhein was approximately 4.68 million litres of gasoline. The German logistical staff calculated that this was sufficient for 150 kilometres of road march per armoured vehicle under favourable conditions, which meant paved roads, level terrain, no combat, and no traffic congestion. The distance from the start line on the German border to Antwerp was approximately 200 kilometres. The plan was, in its own internal accounting, short by 50 kilometres of fuel. The staff's solution to this deficit was to rely on captured American fuel dumps. This was not a backup plan or a contingency. It was the primary logistical assumption underpinning the entire operation. The offensive's success depended on seizing American fuel before the Americans could destroy or evacuate it. If the advance stalled, if it was delayed by a day, 2 days, 3 days, at a position like Elsenborn Ridge, the fuel would be consumed in the delay rather than in the advance, and no captured American dump would be within reach to make up the difference. The fuel arithmetic didn't fail because of bad luck. It failed because it was built on the assumption of a speed of advance that the terrain, the weather, and the defenders at Elsenborn made impossible. Every hour the ridge held, the equations tilted further against the Sixth Panzer Army. Every hour, the fuel gauges dropped toward the threshold, below which the tanks could not reach the Meuse, let alone Antwerp. The ridge didn't defeat the Sixth Panzer Army with bullets. It defeated the Sixth Panzer Army with time. On the evening of the 15th of December, in the assembly areas behind the Eiffel, the soldiers of the 277th Volksgrenadier Division formed up in the dark. The attack order had been distributed. The coloured pencil overlay was folded into the map cases of staff officers. The panzer divisions of the 1st SS Panzer Corps waited behind the infantry, engines cold, crews sleeping in or beside their vehicles, conserving the fuel they would need for the exploitation drive that was supposed to begin by noon tomorrow. The artillery batteries, roughly 1,000 tubes spread across the Sixth Panzer Army's front, were loaded with their 40 to 60 rounds per gun. The searchlights that would be used to bounce light off the cloud ceiling, the artificial moonlight technique called Kanalkampf, were positioned and tested. The weather forecast called for fog and overcast. Benebel, in fog. Everything was in place. The plan was set. The plan required the Americans to break. The plan required the terrain to cooperate. The plan required the fuel to last. The plan required everything to go right. What the plan did not require, and what it was about to receive, was the stubborn, confused, terrified, and ultimately unbreakable resistance of a thin line of inexperienced American riflemen in a frozen forest. 0530 was 9 hours away. The colored pencils had done their work. The rest was up to the forest, the fog, and the men inside them. Chapter 5, 0530, December 16, 1944. The forest breaks open. The 394th Infantry Regiment's S3 Operations Journal, the handwritten log maintained by the Regimental Operations Section at their command post in Hunningen, Belgium, records the morning's first entry at 0538 hours on the 16th of December, 1944. The handwriting is steady, the penmanship of a trained clerk working under routine conditions. The entry reads, "Heavy arty falling all sectors. Wire out to 1st Battalion." 9 minutes later, at 0547, a second entry. Wire out to 2nd Battalion. Wire out to 3rd Battalion. All wire out. The handwriting is the same clerk's, but something has changed that no digital reproduction can fully capture. You have to see the original page or a high-resolution scan to notice it. The pencil pressure has increased. The graphite is pressed deeper into the paper. The letters are slightly heavier. Someone was bearing down harder on the pencil. It is a physiological response to stress so subtle that the clerk himself probably wasn't aware of it. His hand transmitting what his composed notation did not. By 0615, the entries are in a different hand. The first clerk had been sent, most likely, to help repair telephone wire, or to carry a message by runner, or simply to do something other than sit at a desk recording the systematic destruction of communications with every subordinate unit in the regiment. The journal continues in the new hand, the entries growing shorter as the morning grows louder. This document, this field expedient notebook, with its changing handwriting and deepening pencil marks, is the sound of a regiment being surprised, recorded not in words, but in graphite. What struck the American line at 0530 was not a conventional artillery barrage in any organized doctrinal sense. It was a saturation event. Approximately 657 German artillery pieces, a figure reconstructed from 6th Panzer Army and subordinate unit fire plans, opened fire simultaneously across the V-Corps sector. The shells came without warning, without the preliminary ranging shots that experienced soldiers used as their cue to take cover. One moment, the forest was silent, dark, frozen, and still. The next, the canopy was being torn apart above the foxholes of the 99th Division. In the open, an artillery shell detonates on impact with the ground, and its fragments spread laterally and upward in a roughly conical pattern. A foxhole provides reasonable protection, because the fragments pass over a prone soldier at the bottom. In a forest, the calculus changes. Shells striking tree trunks or heavy branches detonate above ground level. Tree bursts, and the fragments rained downward directly into the foxholes that would otherwise provide shelter. In the Krinkelter Wald, with mature hardwoods rising 40 to 60 feet and canopy coverage exceeding 80%, nearly every shell became a tree burst. The only effective protection was overhead cover, logs and packed earth layered on top of the foxhole. Units that had been in the sector longer and had time to improve their positions with overhead cover fared measurably better. The 99th, in the line for only a few weeks and stretched so thin that construction of robust field fortifications was incomplete, had inconsistent overhead cover. Some positions had it, others did not. The difference was not abstract. It was the difference between survival and the opposite. But here is a detail that complicates the simple narrative of destruction, and it is the kind of detail that only emerges when you move beyond the experiential accounts and into the technical analysis. The German barrage, though psychologically devastating, was poorly targeted. Post-war analysis, conducted by American operations research teams that examined shell crater patterns, fragment distribution, and the correlation between artillery impact zones and actual American defensive positions, showed that the majority of German shells fell on rear area positions, supply points, road junctions, and stretches of empty forest. The front-line foxholes, where the riflemen of the 393rd and 394th Infantry Regiments actually were, received a proportionally lighter weight of fire than the positions behind them. This was not an accident of luck. It was an intelligence failure. The 277th Volksgrenadier Division lacked precise knowledge of where, exactly, the American front-line positions were. German patrols had been unable to fix the locations of individual American foxholes and bunkers through the dense forest. So the German fire plan targeted map coordinates, road junctions, likely assembly areas, estimated positions based on doctrinal templates. These coordinates were, in many cases, off by hundreds of meters. The barrage was terrifying. It was loud. It cut every telephone wire in the regimental sector. It produced tree bursts that wounded and disoriented soldiers across the division's front. But it did not achieve what a well-targeted preparatory barrage is supposed to achieve: the systematic destruction of the defenders' front-line positions. The 99th's foxholes survived the barrage better than anyone, including the men inside them, had any right to expect. The German assault infantry followed the barrage almost immediately. Elements of the 277th Volksgrenadier Divisions, 989th and 990th Grenadier Regiments entered the Krinkelter Wald from the east, advancing along forest trails and fire breaks toward the American positions. Simultaneously, the Germans employed a technique that appears in accounts from both sides with varying assessments of its effectiveness. Anti-aircraft searchlights, positioned behind the German front line, were aimed at the low cloud ceiling. The light, reflected and diffused by the clouds, produced a pale, eerie, general illumination. Artificial moonlight, sometimes called the Kanalkampf technique, after its use in the English Channel coast defences. German accounts credit this illumination with aiding navigation through the forest. American accounts describe it as atmospheric, strange, unsettling, but not tactically significant. The discrepancy is probably spatial. In the open, reflected searchlight could plausibly aid movement. In the forest, the canopy would have diffused the already diffused light into a vague, directionless glow that made shadows move but provided no useful navigational information. I side with the American assessment on this point, partly on the physics. Reflected light through 80% canopy coverage has minimal directional utility, and partly because the Germans' own after-action reports document units becoming lost in the forest. which they would not have done if the illumination had been genuinely helpful for navigation. The searchlights succeeded in being eerie. They did not succeed in being useful. The communications collapse was total, and it was the single most consequential tactical effect of the opening barrage. Within 90 minutes of the first shells falling, almost all wire communications between the 394th and 393rd Infantry Regiment's headquarters and their subordinate battalions were severed. Wire, field telephone cable, run through the forest and buried shallowly or strung along trees, was the primary communications medium for frontline infantry in 1944. Radio existed, but at the regimental and battalion level, radios were heavy, unreliable, and limited in number. The SCR 300 radio set, the standard infantry radio of the period, weighed approximately 32 pounds with its battery, had an effective voice range of roughly 5 miles in open terrain, and performed significantly worse in dense forest, where the canopy absorbed signal energy. More critically, radio procedure required trained operators and a functioning network, and the German barrage had disrupted the human infrastructure of communications, even where it hadn't destroyed the equipment. Runners, men physically carrying messages between command posts and forward positions, became the primary means of communication. But runners through a forest under artillery fire and German infantry attack faced distances of a mile or more through exploding woods with no guarantee of arrival. The battle, within its first 2 hours, devolved from a coordinated regimental defense into dozens of isolated engagements fought by platoons, squads, and in some cases individual foxhole positions, operating on whatever standing orders they had last received, and on the initiative of the sergeants and lieutenants nearest to the action. When I was studying the pattern of the first morning's fighting, working through the S3 and S2 journals of the 393rd and 394th Regiments hour by hour, I found it striking how quickly the institutional voice of the record changes. The pre-dawn entries are formatted, systematic, the work of a functioning headquarters processing routine information through established channels. By 0700, the entries become fragmentary. Partial reports from returning runners, unconfirmed sightings, requests for information that receive no response. By 0800, some entries are nothing more than timestamps with a few words. Situation unknown, 1st Battalion, Sector. No contact with Company B. The documents don't describe chaos. They are chaos, transcribed in real time by men whose information system has been blown to pieces and who are trying to maintain the institutional habit of documentation, even when the documentation has nothing to document except its own blindness. It fascinates me as a researcher because it is the rarest kind of primary source, a record of what it felt like to not know what was happening, written by people whose job it was to know. Most after-action reports smooth this confusion out. The S3 journal preserves it minute by minute, in ink that grows less steady as the morning wears on. The forward positions of the 99th held longer than anyone, American or German, expected. This requires explanation because it runs counter to the standard assumption about green troops under surprise attack. The conventional wisdom, grounded in plenty of historical precedent, is that inexperienced soldiers facing their first serious combat are prone to panic, particularly when surprised, isolated, and unable to communicate with their leadership. Some elements of the 99th did break. Small groups of soldiers, cut off from their units and facing enemy infantry in the dark forest, withdrew without orders. But the majority of the forward platoons and squads held their positions for hours, some for the entire day, fighting from their foxholes against an enemy they often could not see clearly. in a forest where muzzle flashes were the primary means of target identification. Why? The answers are multiple and resist simple explanation. Partly, it was the training, the marksmanship skills from Camp Maxi, inadequate for forest warfare in many respects, at least produced soldiers who could operate their weapons competently. Partly, it was the foxholes themselves. A man in a hole with overhead cover is remarkably hard to dislodge with anything short of a direct assault. And the German infantry's approach through the forest was slow, disorganized, and hampered by the same darkness and terrain that confused the defenders. But I think there was also a factor that is harder to quantify, and that professional military psychologists have debated for decades: the Green soldiers' ignorance of how bad the situation actually was. Veterans know the signs of a collapsing defense: the sound of firing moving to the rear, the sight of friendly troops withdrawing, the absence of resupply or relief. Green soldiers don't know these signs. They know they're being shot at. They know it's terrifying. But they don't know that the appropriate response, by experienced calculation, might be withdrawal. They don't know the rules of when you're supposed to break. So they don't break. They stay because staying is the last order they received, and no one has told them otherwise. This is not a compliment disguised as analysis. It is an observation about how ignorance, under specific circumstances, can mimic tenacity. By mid-morning, roughly 1000 hours, Major General Walter Lauer, commanding the 99th Division from his headquarters, had assembled enough fragmentary reports to understand that what was happening was not a local counterattack or a raid. It was a major offensive. The scale of the artillery preparation, the breadth of the infantry assault across his entire front, the reports of tracked vehicles and armoured formations behind the German infantry, all of it pointed to something far larger than anything the Ghost Front was supposed to produce. Lauer's communication to V Corps headquarters at Eupen was the first institutional acknowledgement that the situation was extraordinary. The 5th Corps G3 journal records the message with the understated language of military bureaucracy, but the content was unmistakable. The 99th was under full-scale attack across its entire front. Communications with forward units were largely severed, and the division needed help. The word help in military messaging carries a specific weight. It is not used casually. It is the sound of a commander acknowledging that his resources are insufficient for the problem. The problem, by 1000 hours on the 16th of December, was approximately 6,000 German infantry in the Krinkelter Wald, with 10 times that number behind them, and 2 panzer divisions waiting to push through whatever gap the infantry could create. The German timetable, by mid-morning, was already failing. The ISS Panzer Corps, the Hitlerjugend, and the Leibstandarte was supposed to be passing through the infantry breach and rolling westward on the Rollbahnen by noon. By noon, there was no breach. The Volksgrenadiers had penetrated the American outpost line in several places, had overrun a few isolated positions, and had pushed some American platoons back from their original foxholes. But they had not broken through the main line of resistance. The forest itself was part of the problem. Dense woods fragmented the German attack into a series of disconnected company-level firefights, where the attackers' numerical superiority was negated by the terrain's channeling effect. The Volksgrenadiers could not deploy in broad formations. They were confined to trails, fire breaks, and narrow lanes between trees, attacking in columns that the American defenders could engage frontally with concentrated rifle and machine gun fire. The additional MG-42s and Sturmgewehrs that the Volksgrenadier table of organization provided were theoretically devastating weapons. The MG-42's rate of fire was roughly 1,200 rounds per minute, a sound so distinctive that American soldiers called it Hitler's buzzsaw. But rate of fire means nothing if you cannot see your target. And in the Krinkelter Vold, on the morning of the 16th of December, visibility was measured in meters, not yards. The automatic weapons that were supposed to compensate for reduced manpower could not compensate for reduced visibility. The forest held its breath. By the afternoon of the 16th, the battle had settled into a grim pattern. German infantry pressing forward in small groups through the trees, American defenders holding in foxholes and fighting positions, isolated from one another and from their commands. The space between filled with the sound of small arms fire, mortar rounds crashing through the canopy, and the shouts and screams that are common to every fight in every war, and that no archive preserves. The telephone wires lay severed in the snow. The runners went out, and some came back, and some did not. The S3 Journal of the 394th Infantry Regiment, by late afternoon, had largely given up on systematic reporting and was recording fragments. Runner from Company C reports heavy contact, position holding. 3rd Battalion reports enemy in strength, unable to specify. The artillery, which would later become the decisive arm of the Elsenborn defence, was partially blind. Its forward observers, positioned with the infantry, had lost their wire communications and were attempting to call fire missions by radio with mixed success through sets whose batteries were weakened by the cold and whose signals were degraded by the forest canopy. The system was not working as designed. Nothing was working as designed. What was working was the residual, irreducible stubbornness of men in holes who had been told to hold, and who, in the absence of any other information, continued to do so. The line was bending. It was not yet broken, and every hour it held was an hour. The German timetable could not afford to lose. An hour of fuel consumed without advance. An hour of daylight burning away. An hour in which the panzers waited behind the infantry for a gap that the infantry could not produce. The forest, dark and indifferent, was doing what forests do in war. It was eating timetables. It was swallowing plans. And it was keeping the men inside it alive just long enough to matter. Chapter 6. The Losheimergraben Crossroads, one intersection, one day. There is a hand-drawn sketch map in the records of the 394th Infantry Regiment, held at the U.S. Army Heritage and Education Center at Carlisle Barracks, Pennsylvania. It was submitted by a platoon leader, rank of lieutenant, whose position anchored the American defense at the Losheimergraben Crossroads, a small junction where the international highway from Losheim crossed a rail line and a secondary road at a cluster of stone buildings, including a Belgian customs house. The sketch is done in pencil on standard military message paper. It shows the crossroads in plan view, with small X marks indicating the positions of his two machine gun teams. The distances between positions are noted in paces, not meters, not yards, but the lieutenant's own steps, counted out on the ground. The northeastern position, covering the main road from Losheim, where any German approach would come, has a penciled annotation. Good field, 200 yards. 200 yards. That was the kill zone. It was not wide. It was not deep. It was a single lieutenant's assessment of the ground in front of his two guns, measured in his own footsteps, written in his own hand, and it defined the tactical geometry of an engagement that would consume an entire German infantry regiment's timetable for 24 hours. The Losheimergraben was not a famous place. Before the 16th of December, 1944, it was a hamlet, a customs post on the Belgian-German border, a rail halt, a crossroads used by farmers and border officials. Its military significance was entirely a function of the road network. The international highway, a paved two-lane road that ran from Losheim in Germany westward through the Belgian Ardennes, was one of the few hard surface roads in the sector capable of supporting sustained military traffic. For the German Sixth Panzer Army, it was part of the essential route network that the armoured exploitation forces needed to reach their objectives. The crossroads at Losheimergraben, where this highway intersected the rail line and a secondary road leading northwest toward Billingen, was a node, a point where roads converged and diverged, where traffic could be controlled or blocked. In military planning, nodes matter disproportionately to their physical size. A force that holds a crossroads controls not merely the intersection itself, but the movement of everything that needs to pass through it. A force that is denied a crossroads must find an alternate route, and in the Ardennes, with its limited road network and dense forests, alternate routes were measured in hours of additional travel time and thousands of additional gallons of fuel. The crossroads was, in tactical terms, a valve. The Americans held it. The Germans needed to open it. Everything else was detail. The customs house at Losheimergraben was built of stone. This fact, so mundane it barely warrants mention in any tactical analysis, was, in practice, one of the structural reasons the position held as long as it did. The Belgian government's pre-war building standards for customs houses in border areas mandated stone foundations and partially stone walls, a requirement driven by considerations of durability, permanence, and official dignity. The result was a building that could absorb machine gun fire and shell fragments without disintegration, unlike the wooden-framed farm buildings that characterized much of the rural Ardennes. American soldiers inside the customs house had stone walls between themselves and incoming small arms fire. They had a building that functioned, accidentally but effectively, as a minor fortification. The Belgian bureaucracy's insistence on stone construction for its border posts had, in a chain of causation that no bureaucrat could have foreseen, then provided the 394th Infantry Regiment with a defensible structure at the exact point where a defensible structure was most needed. Wars are filled with these lateral connections, decisions made in one context, for one purpose, producing consequences in an entirely different context decades later. The customs house at Losheimergraben is a small but perfect example. The first German infantry assault hit the crossroads at approximately 07:30 on the 16th of December, roughly 2 hours after the initial artillery barrage began. Elements of the 277th Volksgrenadier Division's 989th Grenadier Regiment, advancing westward through the forest, emerged from the tree line and moved toward the crossroads along the Losheim Road. The American machine guns, the two teams positioned by the lieutenant on his sketch map, opened fire at the 200-yard range he had measured in paces. The M1919, A430 caliber machine gun, the standard American heavy machine gun of the war, fired at a cyclic rate of 400 to 550 rounds per minute from a tripod-mounted configuration that allowed for traversed, sustained fire across a fixed lane. In defensive use, the gun was registered on a final protective line, a pre-planned firing lane that the gunner could traverse without adjustment, putting a continuous stream of bullets across a specific band of terrain. At Losheimergraben, the crossroads geometry was such that two machine guns, positioned at opposite corners of the intersection, could create interlocking fires across the road junction, each gun's lane crossing the others, so that a target moving in any direction across the intersection would be in the beaten zone of at least one gun, and in many cases both. The Germans were stopped. They withdrew into the tree line, reorganized, and attacked again. They were stopped again. The ammunition problem at Losheimergraben reveals a documentary discrepancy that is characteristic of the fog of war's effect on record-keeping. The 394th Infantry Regiment's after-action report, compiled after the battle by the regimental staff, states that resupply reached the Crossroads defenders during the afternoon of the 16th. Individual accounts from soldiers who were physically present at the position tell a different story. They received no resupply until after dark and fought the afternoon engagements with ammunition scavenged from wounded and dead comrades. This is not a trivial discrepancy. The difference between a resupplied position and a position fighting on scavenged ammunition is the difference between a defense that can be sustained indefinitely and one that is on a timer. The regimental record, written days or weeks later, from staff logs and memory, likely conflated supply dispatched from the rear with supply received at the position. A truck loaded with ammunition could be dispatched from the regimental's supply point and logged as a completed resupply mission, even if the truck was knocked out, lost, or turned back by fire before reaching the crossroads. I credit the individual accounts over the regimental record on this point, because the men at the crossroads had no incentive to understate their supply situation, while the regimental staff had an institutional incentive, not malicious, simply bureaucratic, to record a supply system that functioned. The system functioned on paper. At the crossroads, men were counting rounds. It fascinates me how the entire German timetable for the Sixth Panzer Army's northern Rollbahnen could hinge on so small a feature. A crossroads no wider than a parking lot, held by a company of infantry with 2 machine guns and a stone customs house. The 277th Volksgrenadier Division committed its reserve battalion against Losheimergraben before noon on the 16th of December. This is a significant operational indicator. A division commander commits his reserve early only when his initial assault has failed to achieve its objectives within the expected timeframe. The reserve is the insurance policy, the force held back to exploit success or to recover from failure. Committing it before noon on the first day means that the schedule has already collapsed, that the plan's assumption of rapid breakthrough has been falsified by a company of Americans at a road junction who refused to leave. The 277th's commander was no longer managing a breakthrough. He was managing a delay. And every hour that Losheimergraben held was an hour added to the ISS Panzer Corps' wait time. An hour that the Hitlerjugend and the Leibstandarte sat behind the infantry line, engines idling or cold, burning fuel or burning daylight, while the valve at the crossroads remained shut. The total ammunition expenditure at Losheimergraben on the 16th of December provides a window into the character of the fighting that is, in some ways, more honest than any narrative account. The 394th Infantry's 1st Battalion, the unit holding the crossroads area, expended approximately 12,500 rounds of 30 caliber M1 ball ammunition over the course of the day, divided by the number of riflemen in the engaged companies, roughly 350 to 400 men. This yields an average of approximately 30 to 35 rounds per rifle for the entire day. 30 rounds. That is fewer than 4 full clips for the M1 Garand. It is an astonishingly low number for a day of sustained combat, and it tells a specific story. This was not a firefight characterized by panic firing, by the spraying of ammunition in the general direction of the enemy that is common among frightened, inexperienced troops. This was disciplined, aimed fire. Men were picking targets, or at least picking moments when they could see something to shoot at, and firing with restraint. Whether this restraint was born of training, of ammunition scarcity, or of the simple fact that in a dense forest, the opportunities for aimed shots were limited, and the instinct was to wait for a clear target, rather than waste rounds into the trees. The result was the same, a rate of fire that maximized the effect of every round and stretched a limited supply across an entire day of fighting. The 93% qualification rate from Camp Maxi, whatever its limitations as a predictor of forest combat performance, may have produced exactly this. Men who knew how to aim and who defaulted to aimed fire even when everything else was falling apart. By nightfall on the 16th, Losheimergraben was still in American hands. The 277th Volksgrenadier Division had lost the better part of a day, the entire day in fact, trying to open a road junction that the operational plan had assumed would be open by noon. The ISS Panzer Corps had not passed through. Rollbahn C was blocked. To the south, elements of the 12th Volksgrenadier Division, attacking in the adjacent sector, had achieved deeper penetrations through the thinner American positions in the Losheim Gap. But these penetrations were in areas with fewer paved roads and less suitable routes for armoured exploitation. The failure at Losheimergraben meant that the northern Rollbahnen were choked, and the armoured divisions that were supposed to exploit through them were stacking up behind the infantry like trucks behind a closed gate. The German staff responded by diverting forces southward, seeking alternate routes, a decision that would spread the attack's weight across a broader front, but that conceded the central point. The planned axis of advance through the Elsenborn sector was not opening on schedule. One crossroads, one day, one lieutenant's sketch map with distances measured in paces. These were the materials of a delay that would ripple upward through the German command structure and contribute, hour by hour, to the unravelling of the Sixth Panzer Army's timetable. The crossroads fell, eventually, of course. It could not hold indefinitely. The defenders were too few, too lightly armed, and too isolated for permanent defence against a division-strength assault. But eventually was not by noon, which was what the German plan required. The position held through the night of the 16th and into the 17th, by which time the broader situation had changed. The 2nd Infantry Division was moving to establish a defensive line at Rocherath-Krinkelt. Corps artillery was beginning to mass on the Elsenborn Plateau, and the entire character of the battle was shifting from the chaotic meeting engagements of the first day to the organized, prepared defense that would ultimately define the Elsenborn stand. Losheimergraben had served its function, not as a fortress, not as a decisive victory, but as a break. It had converted the German plan's assumed 24-hour breakthrough into a 48-hour slog, and those additional 24 hours were the difference between an American defense caught in transition and an American defense set in prepared positions with massed artillery. Time is the currency of defensive warfare. The men at Losheimergraben, with their 2 machine guns and their stone customs house and their 30 rounds per rifle, had purchased time that could not be bought any other way. The sketch map with the paced distances is still in the archive at Carlisle Barracks. It is not displayed. It is not famous. It is a piece of pencil-on-paper field work produced by a junior officer who assessed his ground, positioned his weapons, and held. The lieutenant's name is in the record, but what matters more than his name is his method, the profoundly local, tactile, boot-on-the-ground act of walking a crossroads and counting paces and writing down 200 yards, and deciding that 200 yards was the right distance to let the enemy approach before opening fire. Not too close, where the volume of attackers might overwhelm the guns. Not too far, where the forest edge might provide cover for the approach. 200 yards. He chose it. It was right. And a German division's timetable died in the space between his guns and the tree line, measured in the footsteps of a man whose decision mattered more than he could have known when he made it. Choose chapters 7 through 17 to follow in subsequent installments. Chapter 7. Get the 2nd Division moving. Gero's decision. The V Corps. G3 Operations Journal for the 16th of December, 1944. Entry timed at 0930 hours. Records a telephone conversation between V Corps headquarters at Eupen, Belgium, and 1st Army headquarters at the Hotel Britannique in Spa, roughly 20 miles to the west. The notation is terse, as telephone log entries always are, compressed to essentials by a staff officer whose job was to capture the substance, not the texture, of command conversations. It reads, in its clipped shorthand, CG Vi Corps requests permission to halt attack at Wallerscheid and withdraw 2nd Division to defensive positions. CG is Commanding General, Major General Leonard Gero. The response from 1st Army, logged at 0945. Wait. 15 minutes between a field commander's request and a higher headquarters non-answer. 15 minutes during which the German assault continued to build across the 99th Division's front. 15 minutes in which the 2nd Infantry Division, the veteran, battle-hardened formation that Gero needed to anchor the Elsenborn defense, remained committed to an offensive operation pointed in the wrong direction. The 2nd Infantry Division, on the morning of the 16th of December, was inarguably the most awkward tactical posture of any American division on the Western Front. Under Major General Walter Robertson, the division had been attacking the Wallerscheid Crossroads, a fortified position in the Siegfried Line, roughly 4 kilometers east of the 99th Division's main defensive line, as part of the V Corps offensive toward the Roer Dams. Elements of the division's 9th and 38th Infantry Regiments had pushed through the 99th's lines, advanced into German-held territory, and were engaged in close quarters fighting around the concrete pillboxes at Wallerscheid. They were facing east. The German attack was coming from the east. The 2nd Division's attacking units were, in effect, sticking out forward of the very line that was now collapsing under the German assault, connected to their rear by a single road running back through the twin villages of Rocherath Krinkelt. If that road was cut, if the German advance through the 99th's positions reached the villages before the 2nd Division could withdraw, Robertson's forward elements would be trapped behind enemy lines with no line of retreat. Gero grasped this geometry within hours of the first reports. The V Corps G3 journal and Gero's own post-war account make clear that his assessment of the situation was ahead of 1st Army's appreciation. He recognized, from fragmentary and incomplete information, that the German attack was not a spoiling action or a local counterattack, but a major offensive involving multiple divisions. He did not know the full scope. No one on the American side did on the morning of the 16th, but he knew enough to understand that his corps' posture had to change immediately from offensive to defensive. The Wallerscheid attack had to stop. The 2nd Division had to come back. And both divisions, the battered 99th and the veteran 2nd, had to consolidate on defensible terrain. That terrain was Elsenborn Ridge. The logic was clear to Gero. It was not yet clear to 1st Army, which was still processing the initial shock of the offensive, and had not yet grasped that the entire Ardennes front was under coordinated assault. The gap between Gero's request at 0930 and the eventual authorization to withdraw tells a story about institutional friction that is rarely examined in the dramatic accounts of the Bulge. First Army's after-action report, written after the war, implies that the decision to pull the 2nd Division back was coordinated and mutual, a calm, collaborative process between headquarters. Schgero's own account and the timestamps in the V Corps journal tell a different story. He had to push for permission, and permission was slow in coming. The authorization to halt the Wallerscheid attack and begin the withdrawal did not arrive until approximately 1400 hours, over 4 hours after Gero's initial request. 4 hours is an eternity in a battle where the German timetable measured success in hours. I credit Gero's version over First Army's, because the V Corps journal's timestamps create a clear narrative of request-delay-escalation, authorization that is inconsistent with the smooth, collaborative process First Army's report describes. The record shows a field commander ahead of his superiors and a higher headquarters reluctant to abandon an ongoing offensive based on incomplete information. When authorization finally came, Gero moved immediately. He ordered the 2nd Division to disengage at Wallerscheid, pull its forward elements back through the 99th's collapsing line, and establish a defensive position covering the twin villages of Rocherath-Krinkelt, the eastern gateway to Elsenborn Ridge. The order was conceptually simple. Its execution was among the most complex tactical maneuvers of the war. Robertson's division had to simultaneously extract units that were in active contact with German defenders at Wallerscheid, move them rearward through forest roads that were also carrying retreating elements of the 99th Division, establish a new defensive perimeter facing the opposite direction from their morning's attack, and do all of this while German forces were actively pressing into the sector from multiple directions. This was not a textbook withdrawal. It was 100 small, desperate improvisations conducted by battalion and company commanders who understood the stakes but could not control the chaos of the roads. The road situation was the immediate crisis. The 2nd Division had approximately 342 vehicles forward of the main supply route at Rocherath-Krinkelt, including 54 M4 Sherman tanks and tank destroyers. All of these had to be turned around on narrow forest roads, some no wider than 12 feet, while moving against the flow of 99th Division troops and vehicles streaming rearward. The result was traffic congestion that, in several documented cases, reduced movement to less than 400 meters per hour. The 2nd Division's solution was blunt and effective. Designated routes were marked as one way, and military police were posted at critical intersections with orders to physically block vehicles attempting to use the wrong road. This military traffic control, unromantic, unglamorous, the kind of thing that never appears in films about the Bulge, was a precondition for everything that followed. If the roads had gridlocked completely, the 2nd Division could not have reached Rocherath-Krinkelt, and the eastern approach to Elsenborn Ridge would have been open. When I was studying Gero's decisions on the 16th of December, I spent more time on his background than perhaps the narrative strictly warrants. But I keep returning to one fact that I think is underappreciated in the historiography. Gero had commanded V Corps on Omaha Beach on the 6th of June, 1944. He had been the senior officer on that beach during the hours when the outcome was genuinely in doubt, when the first waves were being destroyed in the surf, and the question of whether to reinforce or evacuate was a real, live command decision. He had made decisions under existential pressure before. December 16th was his second crisis, not his first. The man who requested the 2nd Division's withdrawal at 0930, ahead of First Army, ahead of the institutional consensus, based on fragmentary information and a judgment call, was not making that kind of decision for the first time. He had practice, and practice in command under uncertainty is not a minor advantage. It is the difference between a commander who freezes while waiting for better information and a commander who acts on the information he has, because he has learned that waiting can cost more than acting. Robertson, commanding the 2nd Division, received Gero's order and understood its implications immediately. His division had to hold the twin villages long enough for the entire American force, 2nd and 99th Divisions together, to consolidate on Elsenborn Ridge. The villages were not the final position. They were the doorway. Robertson's job was to stand in the doorway and hold it open while everyone passed through, then close it behind him and retreat to the ridge. This concept, holding the door, is simple to describe and excruciating to execute, because the men holding the doorway are the last ones out, absorbing the full weight of the enemy's advance while their comrades establish positions behind them. Robertson's officers and NCOs understood this without being told. The 2nd Division had been in combat since Normandy. Its men knew what a rearguard action meant. They knew some of them would be the cost of the door staying open. By nightfall on the 16th, Gero had conceptualized what would become the northern shoulder of the Bulge. His operational overlay for the evening of the 16th shows a continuous defensive line running from Monschau in the north, where the 99th Division's 395th Regiment and elements of the 38th Cavalry Squadron held firm, southward through the Elsenborn Ridge to the twin villages at Rocherath Krinkelt. This was not an improvisation. It was a plan, hasty, informed by incomplete intelligence and dependent on units that were still in transit, but a plan nonetheless. Gero was not reacting to events. He was shaping them, imposing a defensive architecture on the chaos before the chaos could dictate terms. The V-Corps staff, working through the night, translated Gero's concept into coordination orders, routes of withdrawal for the 99th's scattered elements, defensive sectors for the 2nd Division at the twin villages, artillery positioning on the ridge, and supply priorities for ammunition that would be consumed at prodigious rates in the days to come. The popular narrative of the Bulge gives Patton's Third Army relief of Bastogne, the dramatic climax, and Eisenhower's strategic rebalancing the command authority. Gero gets a footnote, if that. This imbalance is itself a kind of historical distortion, one that privileges movement over position, offense over defense, flamboyance over judgment. Patton's drive to Bastogne was an extraordinary feat of logistics and leadership. It was also a response to a crisis that had already been contained, in part because Gero's V-Corps had already established the northern shoulder that prevented the German offensive from expanding in the one direction that would have made Bastogne irrelevant. Gero's contribution was not dramatic, it was structural. He built the frame that held the northern wall of the Bulge in place, and he built it in the first 12 hours, before anyone else fully understood the shape of the crisis. That frame began with a telephone call at 0930, a 15-minute wait, and a decision to act as soon as permission arrived. The ridge was held because a corps commander chose to hold it, and chose quickly, and chose correctly. That choice deserves a chapter. It deserves more than a chapter, but a chapter is what the record has left room for. Chapter 8. The Twin Villages, Rocherath Krinkelt, December 17th through 18th. The morning report for Company K, 38th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Infantry Division, dated the 18th of December, 1944. Lists 37 names under the heading Casualty on a single page. The categories: killed in action, wounded in action, missing in action, are filled in with the mechanical efficiency of a clerk performing a routine administrative task. One line has been crossed out and rewritten. A soldier initially recorded as killed in action was reclassified as wounded in action. Someone, amid the wreckage of the preceding 48 hours, corrected a death. The man was alive. He had been mistaken for dead. That correction, a single strike-through, a word changed, is, in its own quiet way, an act of institutional precision that survived the most violent close-quarters combat on the Western Front in 1944. Rocherath and Krinkelt were twin farming villages separated by a few hundred meters, situated at the eastern edge of the Elsenborn Plateau, where the Krinkelter Wald gave way to open ground. Together, they straddled the road network that connected the forest approaches to the ridge. If the Germans took the villages, they controlled the roads. If they controlled the roads, they could pour armor onto the open plateau. If armor reached the plateau before the American artillery was massed and the infantry was dug in, Elsenborn Ridge was indefensible. The twin villages were not the final American position. They were a breakwater, a deliberately sacrificial position, held to buy time for the consolidation happening behind them on the ridge. The men who fought there understood this calculus, if not in those terms, then in the simpler, more visceral understanding that they were being asked to hold so that others could dig in. The night of the 16th into the 17th of December saw the 99th Division's retreating soldiers streaming through the twin villages. They came in groups, squads, fragments of platoons, sometimes individual men separated from their units in the forest fighting. They were exhausted, disoriented, and in many cases leaderless, their officers killed or lost in the chaos of the Krinkelter Wald. The 2nd Division's soldiers, establishing their defensive positions in the villages, had to perform triage on this human flow, sorting men who were combat effective from those who were not, assigning the able-bodied to defensive positions alongside soldiers they had never met, and directing the rest rearward toward the ridge. Some 99th Division men were turned around and placed on the line within hours of arriving. They fought alongside 2nd Division veterans without regard for shoulder patches or chain of command. This inter-unit cooperation was not planned in any operations order. It was improvised by NCOs, sergeants who recognized that a rifleman is a rifleman, and it added perhaps 200 to 300 fighters to the village's defense at the moment they were most needed. On the 17th of December, the 12th SS Panzer Division, the Hitler Jugend, pushed its armor into the streets of Rocherath. Panther and Panzer IV tanks, advancing from the east along roads flanked by houses, entered the village, and the fighting became something that tactical manuals describe but rarely capture. Armored vehicles and infantry at ranges measured not in hundreds of meters, but in tens and sometimes in single digits. The Panther tank was, by any technical measure, one of the finest armored fighting vehicles of the war. Its frontal glacis plate was 80 millimeters thick, sloped at 55 degrees, producing an effective armor thickness of roughly 140 millimeters that was impervious to the American M9A1, bazooka's shape-charge warhead, which could penetrate approximately 100 millimeters of flat plate. But the Panther's flanks told a different story. Side armor was 40 millimeters, rear armor the same. In open terrain, at the engagement ranges of 500 to 1,000 meters, that tank versus tank combat typically produced, the Panther presented its strong front and its side armor was rarely exposed. In a village where alleys channeled movement, where buildings created blind corners, and where a tank crew could not see behind a stone wall until they had already passed it, the geometry inverted completely. The bazooka teams of the 2nd Division exploited this geometry with a method that required nerve and proximity in roughly equal measure. The technique was straightforward in description and terrifying in practice. Allow the tank to pass your position, then fire at the engine deck or rear hull from a perpendicular or rear angle at a range of 20 to 50 meters. At those ranges and angles, the bazooka's shape charge could penetrate the thinner armor reliably. But the technique required the shooter to be close enough to the tank to hear its engine and smell its exhaust, hidden behind a wall or in a cellar window, waiting for a vehicle whose machine guns and coaxial armament could kill him instantly if he was spotted before he fired. If the tank had infantry screening its flanks, as doctrine demanded, the bazooka team was virtually suicidal. In the confused fighting at Rocherath Krinkelt, German infantry support was often separated from its armor by the same village geometry that exposed the tanks, and bazooka teams found opportunities that open terrain combat would never have allowed. German accounts of the fighting at Rocherath Krinkelt claim that 12th SS units penetrated to the center of the villages on the 17th. American accounts place the deepest penetrations several hundred meters short of the village core. Both sides describe losses that were, by any standard, severe. I side with the American account on the depth of penetration, not because American sources are inherently more reliable, they are not, but because the physical evidence supports them. The post-war surveys of destroyed German armored vehicles recorded their locations, and the distribution of wrecks corresponds to the American version of events, concentrated in the eastern and northeastern sectors of the villages, thinning toward the center, with none in the western sectors that would have indicated a deep penetration. The vehicles stopped where the Americans said they stopped, and burnt-out tanks do not move after the fighting ends. Between the 17th and 19th of December, the 12th SS Panzer Division lost an estimated 67 armored vehicles, tanks, assault guns, and armored personnel carriers, in and around the twin villages. To place this number in its proper context requires the kind of production data that is rarely mentioned in tactical narratives, but that tells the strategic story more honestly than any account of individual heroism. Monthly German production of the Panther tank in late 1944 was roughly 330 units across all factories, 67 vehicles lost in 48 hours at 2 Belgian farming villages represented approximately 1/5 of the Reich's entire monthly Panther production capacity. The armoured strength that was consumed at Rocherath Krinkelt could not be replaced in weeks, and the war had months to run. The Hitlerjugend entered the twin villages as a panzer division. It emerged as something considerably less. The decision to withdraw from the twin villages to the ridge proper came on the night of the 18th into the 19th of December, ordered by V Corps through the 2nd Division's headquarters. The villages had served their purpose. The breakwater had held long enough for the American force on Elsenborn Ridge to consolidate. Artillery batteries were in position. Infantry defensive lines were dug. Supply routes were established. The twin villages could now be yielded without yielding the ridge behind them. The withdrawal was executed under fire, in darkness, through streets littered with the debris of 2 days of close-quarters combat. The last American elements left Rocherath Krinkelt in the early morning hours of the 19th. They destroyed equipment they couldn't evacuate. In some cases, they booby-trapped buildings. The withdrawal was orderly, a word that seems almost absurd given the preceding 48 hours, but that the after-action reports confirm. Units moved on designated routes in sequence, with rearguard elements covering the withdrawal. The discipline that made this possible was the discipline of a veteran division. The 2nd had done difficult things before, and the institutional muscle memory of controlled movement under fire was embedded in its NCO Corps. I struggle with the narration of Rocherath Krinkelt because the violence of the fighting resists responsible description. The temptation for any writer, historian or otherwise, is either to sanitize or to sensationalize. The morning reports offer an alternative. They reduce the chaos to names and categories. They are bureaucratic documents, devoid of emotion, recording losses with the same format they would use to record transfers or promotions. There is a kind of dignity in that format, a refusal to editorialize on suffering that the narrative voice cannot improve upon. 37 casualties on one page from one company in one day. The categories filled in. One death corrected to a wound. The form completed, filed, and forwarded up the chain. The administrative machinery of the army continued to function inside the furnace of Rocherath Krinkelt, and its products, these morning reports, these dry columns of names and numbers, are, in their restraint, the most honest documents the battle produced. The twin villages, abandoned by the Americans on the morning of the 19th, were occupied by German forces that found themselves in possession of rubble. The road network the villages controlled now led to an open plateau dominated by American artillery. The 12th SS Panzer Division had paid with 67 armored vehicles for a pair of shattered farming communities that provided no further avenue of advance. The doorway that Robertson's men had held was now closed, not because the door still stood, but because behind it, on the ridge, the American defense had set in concrete. The breakwater had done its work. The villages were the cost. The ridge was the prize, and the ridge was held. Chapter 9. The Artillery, America's Great Equalizer. In the 2nd Infantry Division, Artillery's Fire Mission Log, the 19th of December, 1944, one entry among hundreds records a request timed at 14:23 hours. A forward observer, positioned on the crest of Elsenborn Ridge with binoculars and a radio, reports enemy infantry in column, approximately 200 men, moving northwest from a grid coordinate in the open ground east of the ridge. He requests a time on target, TOT, concentration, battalion, 3 rounds. The Fire Direction Center processes the request, the response notation in a different pen. Shot, 14:25. The forward observer's final entry. Target destroyed, end of mission. 2 minutes from request to execution. 200 men in a column in the open. 1 log entry, dry as an accountant's ledger. This chapter is about what those 2 minutes meant, and what they meant was that the defense of Elsenborn Ridge was, at its mechanical core, not an infantry battle. It was an artillery battle, and the infantry was there to protect the guns. By the 20th of December, the artillery concentration on and behind Elsenborn Ridge had grown to a scale that had no precedent in the defensive operations of the European theatre. All 4 battalions of the 2nd Division Artillery, all 4 battalions of the 99th Division Artillery, 3 battalions of V Corps Artillery, additional battalions attached from Army-level assets. The total, approximately 348 tubes, ranging from 105mm howitzers through 155mm howitzers and guns, to 8-inch howitzers and 4.5-inch guns. These weapons were positioned on the western and southern slopes of the ridge, behind the crest, invisible to direct observation from the German-held ground to the east. Forward observers on the crest itself maintained continuous observation of the eastern approaches, the open, treeless plateau that offered no cover and no concealment to anything that moved. The technical advantage that made this concentration lethal, and that separated the American artillery from every other belligerent, was the Fire Direction Center system. This was not a single piece of equipment, but a doctrinal and mathematical methodology developed at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, during the interwar period by officers whose names are virtually unknown outside the artillery community. The system allowed any forward observer to call fire from any battery within range, regardless of which unit the observer or the battery belonged to. The Fire Direction Center received the observer's target data, location, description, and requested volume of fire, computed the firing solution for each battery's specific position, and transmitted individual gun orders to every battery simultaneously. The result was the ability to mass fires, concentrate the output of dozens or hundreds of guns onto a single target within minutes of a request. No other army in the war possessed this capability at the same level of speed and flexibility. The British had excellent artillery. The Germans had formidable guns. Neither could match the American system's ability to shift fire rapidly across a broad front and concentrate it on fleeting targets of opportunity. The time-on-target technique, employed extensively at Elsenborn, represented the system's most devastating application. In a TOT fire mission, the Fire Direction Center calculated the time of flight for each battery's shells to reach the target, a variable that depended on each battery's range, elevation, and the charge used. It then computed a firing time for each battery, such that all rounds arrived at the target simultaneously, within a window of approximately 5 seconds. The effect on the receiving end was catastrophic. Instead of a slow, escalating series of impacts that gave soldiers time to take cover after the first rounds hit, a TOT concentration delivered its entire weight of fire in a single, instantaneous hammer blow. A battalion concentration, 12 guns, firing 3 rounds each, produced 36 shells arriving in a 5-second burst across an area roughly 200 meters in diameter. A multi-battalion concentration could put over 100 shells on a target in the same 5-second window. Against infantry in the open, which is what the eastern approaches to Elsenborn Ridge offered, the mathematics were merciless. The Fire Direction Center journals from the Elsenborn defense, however, tell a story that is more complicated than the post-war accounts of smooth, seamless coordination suggest. Post-war memoirs by artillery officers credit the American system's effectiveness to superior pre-war training and institutional excellence, and this is true in the broad sense. But the journals themselves reveal frequent errors in the early days of the defense. Fire missions cancelled because of incorrect coordinates, rounds falling short of intended targets due to charge miscalculation or failure to account for temperature-related changes in propellant burn rate, and at least 2 documented instances of friendly fire where American artillery struck American infantry positions. The system worked. It was not flawless. It was corrected through real-time error and adjustment. Forward observers reporting short rounds and fire direction centers recalculating, in a process that was messy, dangerous, and invisible in the clean narratives written after the war. I think this matters to note, honestly, because it reframes the artillery's effectiveness as an achievement of institutional learning under fire, not an automatic product of superior equipment. On the 20th of December, the 12th SS Panzer Division and the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division launched a coordinated assault against the ridge itself. The open plateau, the ground, the artillery had been designed to defend. The V Corps and Divisional Artillery fire mission logs for that day record the result in their terse, repetitive format. Mission after mission, target after target. The same sequence of request, shot, and assessment repeated hundreds of times across the day. The total ammunition expenditure across the Elsenborn sector exceeded 10,000 rounds on the 20th alone. The attack was broken before the German infantry reached the American foxhole line. It was not the riflemen who stopped it, although the riflemen were there, ready. It was the shells, falling by the thousands onto men and vehicles crossing open ground without cover, without concealment, and without any suppressive fire, capable of silencing the American batteries behind the reverse slope of the ridge. Sustaining 10,000 rounds per day required a logistical effort that was as essential as the guns themselves. Each 105mm round weighed approximately 33 pounds, including its brass casing. 10,000 rounds of mixed caliber represented a daily delivery requirement, measured in hundreds of tons, brought forward by truck convoys from ammunition supply points in the rear. The V-Corps G4 Logistics Journal records the constant strain on the supply network, roads congested with ammunition trucks, turnaround times measured and optimized, supply points relocated to reduce distance. The guns consumed ammunition the way a furnace consumes coal, steadily, insatiably, and with no tolerance for interruption. A battery that ran dry was a gap in the fire plan. A gap in the fire plan was an avenue of approach the enemy could exploit. The logistical chain, the truck drivers, the ammunition handlers, the supply point managers fought a battle as real as the infantry's, and their battlefield was a road network under intermittent German artillery fire and occasional Luftwaffe strafing. I confess that the artillery chapter is the one I find most difficult to narrate, because its mechanism, the conversion of human beings into coordinates and tonnages, is inherently dehumanizing. A fire mission log does not record the experience of the target. It records the experience of the shooter, compressed to its minimum informational content. Where, when, how many rounds, effect observed, target destroyed, end of mission. The men in that column, 200 of them, walking northwest, probably exhausted, probably cold, probably unaware that a man with binoculars on a ridge 2 kilometers away had already spoken the words that would end their war, are invisible in the record. The log does not care who they were. It cares that the grid coordinate was correct and the effect was observed. This is the reality of industrial age defensive firepower. It is effective in proportion to its impersonality, and narrating that effectiveness honestly requires acknowledging the dissonance between the human cost and the bureaucratic record that documents it. Between the 16th and the 26th of December, American artillery on Elsenborn Ridge expended approximately 11,500 tons of ammunition, roughly 185,000 individual rounds of all calibers. That tonnage is equivalent to the displacement of a World War II-era destroyer escort. It was fired from a position roughly 5 miles wide into a zone roughly 8 miles deep. No comparable concentration of sustained defensive artillery fire exists in the European theatre's records. The roots of this concentration trace not to December of 1944, but to Fort Sill in the early 1930s, where officers developed the graphical firing table system that made the Fire Direction Center possible. The intellectual infrastructure preceded the physical firepower by a decade. The mathematics came first. The shells followed. The guns fell silent in stages as the German attacks subsided after the 22nd of December, not all at once, but in a diminishing rhythm of fire missions that the logs record with the same dry fidelity they brought to the crescendo. Fewer targets, longer intervals between missions. The forward observers reporting no movement observed, where days before they had reported columns and formations. The ridge was quiet. The plateau was cratered. The snow churned to brown mud and frozen slush. by the impact of 185,000 shells. The ground east of the American positions, where the German assaults had been broken, was a landscape that the artillery had rewritten. Not metaphorically, but physically, the contour lines on the map now inaccurate because the terrain itself had been reshaped by explosive force. The fire direction centers powered down their plotting boards. The ammunition trucks continued to deliver, restocking the reserves against the possibility of another assault. The guns waited. The mathematics waited. They were ready. They would not be needed at this scale again. Chapter 10. Dom Butgenbach, the 26th Infantry Regiment's Private War. The 26th Infantry Regiment's after-action report for December 1944 includes, as Annex D, a fire support overlay for the defensive position at Domaine Butgenbach. Dom Butgenbach, the estate farm complex south of the town of Butgenbach, on the Elsenborn Plateau's southern flank. The overlay is a standard military planning document, a sheet of acetate or tracing paper bearing numbered and lettered marks, each representing a pre-registered artillery concentration, a specific point on the terrain where guns have been zeroed and fire can be called within minutes. There are 42 such concentrations on this single overlay. One of them, designated Victor 12, covers the open field approximately 400 meters east of the domain. Beside the designation, someone has written in red grease pencil, V12, 4 battalions. 4 battalions of artillery, 48 guns, pre-registered on a single field. This is what a prepared defense looks like when it is designed by men who have done it before. The 1st Infantry Division, the Big Red One, arrived on the southern flank of the Elsenborn position on the 17th and 18th of December. It moved from its reserve positions near Eupen to fill the gap between the 2nd Division's sector and the exposed southern approach to the ridge. The 26th Infantry Regiment, one of the division's 3 infantry regiments, was assigned the Dom Butgenbach sector. Its commander was Colonel John F.R. Seitz, a professional officer whose experience included something unusual and directly relevant. He had served as an observer during the British defence of El Alamein in 1942. At El Alamein, the British had broken Rommel's last offensive with a defensive scheme built on deep minefields, pre-registered artillery, and infantry integrated with anti-tank weapons in prepared positions. The similarity between that scheme and what Seitz built at Dom Butgenbach is not coincidental. Seitz had seen what worked. He reproduced it. Seitz had roughly 48 hours to prepare his position before the first major German assault. He used them with the methodical thoroughness of a veteran commander who understood that defensive battles are won in the preparation, not in the fighting. His regiment registered the 42 artillery concentrations documented on the Annex D overlay. They dug anti-tank positions for the M10 tank destroyers of the 634th Tank Destroyer Battalion, placing the vehicles in hull-down positions behind the infantry line, where they could engage approaching armour across the open fields to the east. They laid anti-personnel and anti-tank mines in the approaches. They established interlocking fields of fire for machine guns and rifles. They strung communication wire and established alternate communication plans. This was textbook defensive preparation. She executed with a precision that reflected both the Big Red One's institutional experience. The division had been in continuous combat since North Africa in November of 1942, and Seitz's personal understanding of what a prepared anti-tank defense required. The German assaults on Dom Butgenbach came on the 20th, 21st, and 22nd of December, delivered by the 12th SS Panzer Division and elements of the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division after their failure against the Ridge's main position to the north. 3 major armoured infantry attacks over 3 days struck Seitz's position. Each followed a similar pattern, German armour and infantry advancing across the open fields east of the domain, striking the prepared American position and being broken by the convergence of artillery, anti-tank fire, GIS and infantry weapons. The German accounts of these attacks claim penetration of the American main line of resistance. The 26th Infantry's records describe the penetrations as limited to the outpost line, the forward positions held by small screening forces, not the main defensive belt. Post-war terrain analysis supports the American account. German advance markers on captured maps correspond to the outpost line, not the main position. The distinction matters because it is the difference between a defense that was dented and a defense that was breached. Dom-Bütgenbach was dented. It was never breached. The M10 tank destroyers of the 634th Tank Destroyer Battalion played a role at Dom-Bütgenbach that deserves technical examination beyond the general statement that anti-tank weapons engaged German armour. The M10 mounted a 3-inch 76.2mm gun, the M7 capable of penetrating the Panther's frontal armour at ranges under 500 metres, with standard armour-piercing ammunition, and at longer ranges with HVAP tungsten core rounds if they were available. At Dom-Bütgenbach, the engagement ranges were typically 800 to 1200 metres. The distance across the open fields between the German assault start line at the eastern tree line and the American defensive positions. At these ranges, frontal penetration of the Panther was marginal with standard ammunition, making flank and turret shots essential. The M10 crews used the terrain's gentle undulations to achieve hull-down positions, reducing their exposed profile to approximately 3 feet, essentially the turret and gun tube above the earth embankment they had dug into. From these positions, they engaged German tanks crossing the open ground in their field of fire, waiting for the moment when a tank turned or traversed to present its thinner side armour. During the 21st of December attack, the fire mission logs record that V-Corps artillery fired 2,654 rounds of 105mm and 1,207 rounds of 155mm ammunition onto concentration Victor 12 and adjacent targets. That is approximately 88 tons of high explosive delivered onto an area roughly 500 meters wide and 300 meters deep in a single engagement lasting approximately 4 hours. The field east of the domain was, by the end of the 22nd, cratered beyond the ability of German armoured vehicles to cross without bogging. The terrain itself had been modified by the bombardment. The flat, firm ground that had permitted vehicle movement on the 20th was, by the 22nd, a moonscape of frozen mud craters that immobilized tanks and channeled infantry into the surviving fire lanes of the American machine guns. The artillery hadn't just killed the attackers. It had reshaped the battlefield to make future attacks physically more difficult. It occurs to me that if the 99th Division's story at Elsenborn is the story of amateurs rising to a crisis they didn't expect, the 26th Infantry's story at Dom-Bütgenbach is the story of professionals doing exactly what they were trained to do. Both are admirable. Only one gets the popular treatment. The Big Red One's defense at Dom-Bütgenbach was methodical, prepared, and devastatingly effective, and it is virtually unknown outside specialist military histories. The 26th Infantry held the southern flank of Elsenborn Ridge without being seriously threatened precisely because its preparation was so thorough that the German attacks were broken before they reached the crisis point that would have made the battle dramatic. Competence, it turns out, makes for poor narrative. a defense that works exactly as planned, where the artillery lands where it was registered and the anti-tank guns engage at the ranges they were sighted for, does not produce the chaos and improvisation that drive compelling storytelling. Dom Butgenbach was not dramatic. It was decisive. The 26th Infantry's after-action report records the regiment's casualties for the Dom Butgenbach defense at 170, killed and wounded over the 3-day period of the major German assaults, a significant loss, but a fraction of what the 2nd Division suffered at Rocherath Krinkelt. The disparity is not explained by differences in German effort. The 12th SS Panzer Division committed comparable forces against both positions. The disparity is explained by preparation time. The 2nd Division had hours to establish its defense at the twin villages, key in the midst of the German breakthrough. The 26th Infantry had 2 full days. Those 48 hours used to dig, to register artillery, to lay mines, to sight anti-tank guns, were the difference between a defense that held at terrible cost and a defense that held at manageable cost. Time, again, was the deciding variable. And at Dom Butgenbach, unlike at Rocherath Krinkelt, the Americans had enough of it. The southern flank held. The German attempt to bypass the main ridge position by flanking through Butgenbach was broken on the same combination of observed artillery and prepared anti-tank defense that had stopped the frontal assaults to the north. The 12th SS Panzer Division, which had entered the offensive with a full complement of armour and high expectations, had now been repulsed at Rocherath Krinkelt and at Dom Butgenbach, losing armoured vehicles at a rate the Reich's factories could not sustain. Seitz's position held because Seitz had seen El Alamein and understood from direct observation of a different army's success what a prepared defensive position could do to an armoured assault across open ground. The observer program, the practice of sending officers to Allied armies to watch and learn, had paid its dividend at a Belgian estate farm. The knowledge that travelled from the Egyptian desert to the Elsenborn plateau was the knowledge that mines, guns, and pre-registered artillery, properly integrated, could stop tanks. Seitz knew this. He built it. It worked. Chapter 11. The German Dead, counting the cost east of the Ridge Graves registration team. 603's report for the sector east of Elsenborn, dated the 4th of January, 1945, documents the recovery of 187 German dead from a single field. The same field covered by concentration Victor 12 at Dom Butgenbach. The report notes that 141 of the 187 showed multiple fragment wounds consistent with high explosive shell burst. 23 bodies are described as incomplete, requiring partial recovery. Attached to the report is a small manila envelope containing personal effects recovered from an unidentified German soldier. A photograph of a young woman, a rosary, and a letter addressed to Liebster Hans, postmarked Dortmund, the 28th of November, 1944. The letter was still sealed. Hans never read it. Whoever he was, a Volksgrenadier, perhaps. Gior, a transferred Luftwaffe mechanic, now wearing infantry field grey. He was killed before the letter reached him, or it was in his pocket when the shells came, and he could not open it afterward. His family in Dortmund may never have learned exactly where or how he died. This chapter exists because the American-centric narrative of the Bulge treats the German dead as an abstraction, a number cited to demonstrate the effectiveness of the defense, then set aside in favor of the next American action. This is historically dishonest and analytically insufficient. The men who died east of Elsenborn Ridge were not a statistic. They were soldiers, mostly young. She's sent into prepared fire zones by a command structure that understood the ground was unfavorable and attacked anyway, because the political system above the military system could not absorb the concept of cancellation. Narrating their deaths honestly requires moving beyond the American fire mission logs and into the aftermath. The physical reality of what massed artillery does to a formation in the open, as documented not by the gunners who fired, but by the men who recovered the dead. American Graves Registration Service teams were the bureaucrats of the battlefield's aftermath. Their job was systematic. Move through the area after combat, recover the dead, American and German alike, search them for intelligence materials and personal effects, catalogue the effects, record the location and apparent cause of death, and arrange for burial. For German dead, personal effects were collected in individual envelopes, tagged with whatever identification could be established from Soldbücher, paybooks, identity discs, or unit insignia. The process was methodical, unglamorous, and conducted by men who were not combatants in any tactical sense, but who inhabited the battle's physical residue more intimately than anyone else. They touched what the artillery had produced. They catalogued the contents of pockets. They counted what could be counted and estimated what could not. The wound analysis from Graves registration and medical officer field reports tells a forensic story that contradicts a persistent element of German veterans' post-war accounts. And over 70% of German dead examined in the Elsenborn sector showed wounds consistent with artillery fragmentation, a rate significantly higher than the European theatre average of approximately 53%. German survivors' accounts, by contrast, frequently emphasize American small arms and machine gun fire as the primary threat. The discrepancy is explained by a well-documented phenomenon in combat perception. Soldiers remember what they can see shooting at them: muzzle flashes, tracers, the visible mechanics of direct fire. Artillery is largely invisible to its targets. The shells arrive from beyond visual range, and the forward observers who direct them are small figures on a distant ridge, indistinguishable from any other soldier. The German survivors remembered the rifles and machine guns because those were the weapons they could perceive. The artillery that killed the majority of their comrades was, experientially, an impersonal force, thunder from an empty sky. The forensic evidence is unambiguous. The ridge was defended primarily by shell fire. The infantry was the frame. The artillery was the wall. The age composition of the German dead at Elsenborn is a data point that requires unflinching acknowledgement. A significant proportion of the recovered dead were between 17 and 19 years old, consistent with the late war replacement patterns of both the Volksgrenadier divisions and the 12th SS Panzer Division, which had replenished its losses from the Normandy campaign, with conscripts barely old enough to be called adults. Among the Volksgrenadier dead were former Luftwaffe ground crew and Kriegsmarine personnel, men who had been trained as aircraft mechanics and sailors, and who were killed as infantry in Belgian fields they could not have located on a map 6 months before their deaths. The institutional machinery that moved these men from aircraft hangars and ship compartments to the frozen ground east of Elsenborn was the same machinery that produced the attack orders with the coloured pencil overlays. It was efficient, it was methodical, and its output was 18-year-olds, with 8 weeks of infantry training, walking into pre-registered artillery concentrations. The total casualty figures for the German forces in the Elsenborn sector during the period from the 16th to the 26th of December are estimated at approximately 4,500 killed and 7,000 wounded among the divisions that directly assaulted the ridge and its flanking positions. Roughly 11,500 total casualties from a committed force of approximately 30,000. That represents a casualty rate of roughly 38%, exceeding the threshold at which military doctrine considers a unit combat ineffective, typically set at 30%. The Sixth Panzer Army's assault divisions in the Elsenborn sector were, by this standard, functionally destroyed as offensive formations within 10 days of the attack's commencement. They still existed as organizations. They still held ground. But their capacity to conduct offensive operations, to break through, to exploit, to pursue, was gone, consumed in the open fields and forested approaches east of a ridge they could not cross. When I encounter the letter addressed to Liebster Hans, I find myself confronting the limit of what historical narration can responsibly do with a personal artifact. The letter is a primary source. It is evidence of a human connection. Someone in Dortmund who cared about a soldier named Hans, who wrote to him in November expecting him to read the letter in December, who did not know that the letter would arrive in a pocket on a body in a field where 187 other bodies lay in the same frozen mud. To use this artifact for emotional effect in a documentary is easy, and I think, unhonest, so long as the emotion is grounded in what the artifact actually tells us, which is something about the gap between the private world of a letter and the industrial world of a fire mission log. Hans is in both records. He is Liebster Hans in the letter, and he is part of the number 187 in the Graves registration report. The two records describe the same man and share no common language. The uncollected dead present a final, uncomfortable dimension. Not all German dead in the Elsenborn sector were recovered during the January cleanup. V Corps G4 reports from January and February of 1945 note that some bodies in the deep forest and in the more remote sections of the open ground east of the ridge remained under snow. Belgian civilians reported finding remains as the snow melted in the spring and into the summer of 1945. The Belgian commune's records for the area note periodic discoveries continuing for years after the war. The ground was slow to release what it had been given. Each spring's thaw was a minor exhumation, conducted not by Graves registration teams, but by farmers and road workers who encountered what the winter had preserved. The forensic reality of what massed artillery does to a human body is not something I will describe in detail, because the Graves registration reports describe it in clinical language that is sufficient for the historical record and that I do not wish to sensationalize. What I will note is the specific mechanism. A 105mm high explosive shell contains 2.18 pounds of TNT and a steel body that fragments into approximately 1,950 pieces upon detonation. The effective casualty radius is roughly 25 meters. In a time-on-target concentration, with 48 guns firing 3 rounds each, 144 shells arrive simultaneously, creating an effective zone of destruction approximately 200 meters in diameter. The mathematics of this are precise and impersonal. The Graves registration reports are the translation of those mathematics into human terms. The 23 bodies described as incomplete, requiring partial recovery, are the mathematical remainder. The cases where the geometry of fragment dispersal and the proximity of human tissue to the point of detonation produced results that the clinical language of the report can describe and that I will leave to the clinical language to carry. The field east of Dom Butgenbach is farmland today. The Belgian farmer who works it has asked, across the years, to remain unnamed in published accounts. He finds metal when he plows, shell fragments, casing remnants. the corroded residue of weapons and equipment that the soil has been digesting for 8 decades. The German dead who were recovered are buried in the German military cemetery at Recogne-Bastogne or at Lommel in Belgium, maintained by the Volksbund Deutsche Kriegsgräberfürsorge, the German War Graves Commission, with the same institutional care that the American Battle Monuments Commission provides for its own. The letter to Liebster Hans, the photograph of the young woman, and the rosary were catalogued as personal effects of an unidentified German soldier. Whether they were ever returned to a family in Dortmund is not recorded in the documents I have seen. Some things the archive preserves, some things it loses. The sealed letter is both a presence and an absence, a message that arrived and was never received, preserved by the same institutional system that documented the destruction that prevented its reading. The field is quiet now. The soil is still producing evidence. It will continue to do so for decades. Chapter 12. The Shoulder Holds, Strategic Consequences. December 20th through 26th. In the German Sixth Panzer Army's situation map for the 22nd of December, 1944, captured in the war's final months and now held in the National Archives, the Elsenborn sector is marked with a heavy red line indicating feindliche Hauptkampflinie, befestigt, enemy main line of resistance, fortified. Across the rest of the Ardennes front, the map is alive with symbols of movement, blue arrows showing German advances, dotted lines indicating exploitation routes, unit symbols positioned well forward of the start line. The Elsenborn sector has none of this. No arrows, no forward movement indicators. Just a red line, thick and immovable, running north-south along the ridge. In the map's margin, a staff officer has written in pencil, Angriff eingestellt 21. Dezember. Attack suspended 21st of December. The notation is small, almost incidental. It records the 6th Panzer Army's admission that its main effort had failed. The strategic consequence of the Elsenborn shoulder holding was not merely local. It was the defining factor of the entire northern half of the German offensive. The 6th Panzer Army was the strongest of the 3 German armies committed to Wacht am Rhein. It contained the best equipped armoured divisions, received the most favourable fuel and ammunition allocations, and was assigned the main effort, the primary axis of advance. Hitler had personally insisted on its preeminence, favouring it as an SS formation over the Wehrmacht's 5th Panzer Army to its south. The entire operational concept assumed that the 6th Panzer Army's armoured divisions would achieve the deepest and fastest penetration, reaching the Meuse crossings first and driving onto Antwerp. When the Elsenborn shoulder refused to break, when the ISS Panzer Corps could not pass through the breach that the Volksgrenadier infantry could not create, the offensive's centre of gravity collapsed. The strongest army in the attack was stopped in the first sector it encountered. The ripple effects were immediate and traceable. By the 19th of December, it was clear to the German High Command that the 6th Panzer Army's main body could not break through the American defensive line between Monschau and Elsenborn. The ISS Panzer Corps, the Hitler Jugend and the Leibstandarte, Sch Kampfgruppe Piper, which had advanced on the southernmost route, was redirected southward, ordered to seek routes through the 5th Panzer Army's sector, where the American defense had been less cohesive. This redirection was an operational humiliation. The army that was supposed to lead the offensive was being shunted sideways into another army's lane, its own axis of advance conceded as impassable. The SS divisions, which had been intended as the spearhead, became a reinforcement for an army they were supposed to have outpaced. Kampfgruppe Piper's fate illustrates the Elsenborn shoulder's consequences with particular clarity. Piper's reinforced battle group, which had advanced furthest on Rollbahn D, the southernmost of the Sixth Panzer Army's routes, had pushed deep into the American rear, reaching Le Glaise by the 19th of December. But Piper was operating on a single, unsupported axis. The northern Rollbahnen that were supposed to carry parallel armoured columns, drawing American attention and preventing the concentration of response against any single penetration, were blocked because Elsenborn held. Piper's flanks were exposed. His supply line was a single road subject to American interdiction. By the 23rd of December, Piper was encircled at Le Glaise, out of fuel and ammunition, and forced to abandon his vehicles and withdraw on foot. His destruction was not solely the result of his own overextension. It was a direct consequence of the Elsenborner shoulder, denying the German plan its intended breadth, leaving Piper as the only finger of an advance that was supposed to be a fist. The fuel consumption data provides perhaps the most revealing quantitative measure of the Elsenborn shoulder's impact. The 6th Panzer Army consumed approximately 2.1 million litres of fuel between the 16th and the 26th of December, while advancing a maximum of 15 kilometres from its start line. Essentially, the distance from the border to the eastern edge of the twin villages, before the retreat to the ridge pushed them back. This yields a fuel efficiency rate of approximately 140,000 litres per kilometre of advance. The 5th Panzer Army, operating in the sector south of Elsenborn, where the American defence was thinner and more fragmented, consumed approximately 1.8 million litres and advanced 90 kilometres, roughly 20,000 litres per kilometre. The Elsenborn shoulder made the 6th Panzer Army 7 times less fuel efficient than its neighbouring army. In an operation where fuel was the single most constraining resource, where the plan literally did not allocate enough fuel to reach the objective, this disparity was not merely significant, it was terminal. The post-war debate over who bore responsibility for the decision to shift the 6th Panzer Army's efforts southward reveals the familiar pattern of German command recrimination. OKW staff officers blamed Field Marshal Model's Army Group B headquarters for failing to break through on the northern axis. Model's staff blamed OKW for the unrealistic timetable and insufficient artillery preparation. Both had points. Neither had clean hands, and I assess that the decision to redirect the 6th Panzer Army's armour to the 5th Panzer Army's sector was driven by simple operational reality. The 5th had achieved penetration, and the 6th had not, and in a time-sensitive operation, reinforcing success is the elementary principle. The blame shifting that followed was the post-war behaviour of officers who understood that the failure at Elsenborn was not a failure of execution alone, but a failure of planning. A failure that began with Hitler's insistence on the grand solution and his refusal to permit contingency thinking. I find the fuel efficiency comparison, 7 times less efficient, to be the single most revealing statistic of the entire Elsenborn stand. It does something that narratives of heroism and sacrifice cannot. It converts the defense into a logistical equation and shows, with mathematical precision, that the ridge did not merely inconvenience the 6th Panzer Army. It consumed the army's operational capacity. Every hour the ridge held was an hour of fuel burned without movement, an hour of rations consumed without advance, an hour of mechanical wear on vehicles that idled behind the infantry or manoeuvred fruitlessly against prepared positions. The ridge did not defeat the 6th Panzer Army with bullets, although bullets were fired. It did not defeat the 6th Panzer Army with artillery, although the artillery was devastating. The Ridge defeated the Sixth Panzer Army with time. It held the army in place long enough for its own logistics to strangle it, for its fuel to evaporate, for its timetable to become fiction. The broader Bulge continued to develop through the 26th of December. The 5th Panzer Army's advance reached its high water mark near Dinant on the Meuse, approximately 90 kilometers southwest of Elsenborn, in a sector that had nothing to do with the Ridge. But the 5th Panzer Army's advance was a narrow salient, a finger poking into the Allied line without the breadth or depth to sustain itself. That narrowness was partly a product of the Elsenborn shoulder's existence. With the northern wall of the Bulge anchored and immovable, the German advance could only expand southward and westward, creating an elongated bulge shape that exposed its flanks to counterattack from both the north and the south. G. Patton's Third Army counterattack against the southern flank of the Bulge, the famous relief of Bastogne, succeeded in part because the Bulge's shape had been constrained by the immovable northern shoulder that Gero's V Corps had built at Elsenborn. The Meuse was never reached by the 6th Panzer Army. The closest its elements came was Piper's advance to La Glaise, roughly 30 kilometers from the river, before encirclement and destruction. The 6th Panzer Army's total advance of 15 kilometers in 10 days, against a planned advance of 200 kilometers in 4 days, represents a plan versus reality divergence so extreme that no statistical analysis is required to appreciate its significance. The army that was supposed to decide the war's final campaign in the West was stopped in the first belt of American resistance and never recovered its momentum. Hitler's tacit acknowledgement of this failure came on the 21st of December, when he authorized the suspension of attacks against the Elsenborn position. For a commander who had built the entire offensive around the 6th Panzer Army as his chosen instrument, an SS army, his political army, the formation that was supposed to prove the superiority of ideological commitment over professional caution, this suspension was an admission that the war's last offensive had already lost its center of gravity. The Ridge held. The plan did not survive it. The German situation map, with its red line and its marginal notation, Angriff eingestellt, is a document of institutional concession. It is a map that shows, in the language of military cartography, the moment when the 6th Panzer Army's staff stopped plotting advances and started plotting stalemate. The red line is not dramatic. It is not drawn with anger or despair. It is drawn with the same professional precision as every other symbol on the map, because staff officers produce symbols, not emotions. But what the line represents, an impassable barrier where the plan required an open road, is the single most consequential cartographic mark on any German operational map of the Ardennes offensive. The arrows elsewhere on the map, showing the 5th Panzer Army's advance toward Dinant, are dramatic and alarming. They captured the Allies' attention. They produced the headlines. But they were arrows pointing into a cul-de-sac, a salient without breadth, constrained by the red line at the top of the map that said, "Here, no further." Elsenborn held. Everything else follows from that. Chapter 13. The cold, trench foot, frostbite, and the attrition of stillness. The V Corps Surgeon's daily report for the 28th of December, 1944, contains a table headed Non-Battle Casualties by Division. The format is standard military medical reporting. Columns, rows, categories, numbers. Under 2nd Infantry Division, the entry reads, Trench foot, 127. Frostbite, 43. Respiratory illness, 31. Total non-battle casualties, 201. Under battle casualties, for the same 24-hour period. Killed in action, 3. wounded in action, 19. Total battle casualties, 22. The non-battle casualties outnumber the combat casualties by a ratio of more than 9-1. The German attacks on Elsenborn Ridge had effectively ceased by the 22nd of December. The artillery still fired, the forward observers still watched, and the infantry still manned its foxholes. But the crisis of the assault had passed, replaced by the quieter and in many ways more insidious crisis of static winter defense. The men on the ridge could not leave their positions during daylight because German observation and intermittent shelling made movement above ground dangerous. They sat in foxholes, holes roughly 4 feet by 6 feet, sometimes roofed with logs and frozen earth, sometimes open to the sky, for 12, 16, sometimes 20 hours at a stretch. The temperature on the wind-scoured plateau ranged between -4 and -12 degrees Celsius through the last 2 weeks of December. Snowfall was intermittent, but the more dangerous condition was the cycle of wet snow, followed by partial thaw, followed by refreeze, which filled foxholes with a slurry of ice water that saturated boots and clothing and could not be drained without exposing the occupant to observation. Trench foot is a condition with a name that sounds archaic, a relic of the First World War's trenches, but its pathophysiology is straightforward and unchanged by the passage of decades. Prolonged exposure of the feet to cold, wet conditions causes the blood vessels in the extremities to constrict, reducing circulation. Without adequate blood flow, tissue begins to die. In mild cases, the feet become numb, swollen, and discolored. In severe cases, gangrene develops and amputation becomes necessary. The condition is entirely preventable with dry socks, periodic removal of boots to allow circulation, and rotation of personnel out of wet positions. On Elsenborn Ridge, where men could not remove their boots during daylight, where dry socks were intermittently available at best, and where the rotation schedule was disrupted by ongoing casualties and the organizational chaos of the preceding week, prevention was largely theoretical. The sock problem illuminates a supply chain failure that is characteristic of the gap between institutional capacity and frontline reality. The European theatre quartermaster's records indicate that adequate supplies of wool socks were available at army-level depots. Warehouses in France and Belgium stocked with the products of American industrial mobilization. The V Corps Quartermaster's Journal, however, records repeated requisitions for socks that were unfilled or delayed by 3 to 5 days. The disconnect was not one of production. America produced socks in abundance, but of distribution. Getting socks from a depot in Liège to a foxhole on Elsenborn Ridge required trucks, roads, supply points, and carrying parties. Each link in the chain subject to delay, damage, or diversion. A crate of socks sitting in a warehouse 50 miles away was, for the man whose feet were submerged in ice water, functionally non-existent. The standard issue combat boot compounded the problem. The service shoe, Type 2, with its composition rubber sole and rough-out leather upper, was not waterproof. When saturated, as it inevitably was within hours in the conditions on the ridge, it became a cold transfer medium, conducting heat away from the foot rather than insulating it. The German Army's standard jackboot, with its higher shaft, kept water out longer, though not indefinitely. The American boot was designed for mobility in temperate conditions, for the advance across France, for the movement war that characterized the summer and autumn of 1944. It was not designed for static defense in winter. The distinction between an army that was moving and an army that was sitting still was, for the boot's designers, not a consideration. It should have been. The shoe pack, a hybrid boot with a rubber lower and a leather upper, designed for wet and cold conditions, existed in limited quantities and was distributed inconsistently across the V Corps front. Some soldiers received them, others did not. The distribution appeared to follow unit priority rather than environmental exposure, meaning that some men in identical conditions had marginally better footwear, while their neighbours had standard combat boots. The European Theatre Inspector General's report on cold weather equipment, published in February of 1945, documented these inconsistencies with the detailed, dispassionate criticism that Inspector General reports specialise in. The report's recommendations, more shoe packs, better distribution, mandatory foot care inspections by unit leaders, were sound. They were also 2 months too late for the men whose toes had already turned black on Elsenborn Ridge. I am struck by the fact that we remember the men who were shot and forget the men whose feet rotted. Both were casualties of command decisions. The men who fell to enemy fire were casualties of the German command's decision to attack. The men who lost toes and feet to trench foot were casualties of the American Army's decision to treat winter as a logistical afterthought, to deploy an army into a northern European winter with footwear designed for autumn and a supply system that could deliver ammunition faster than it could deliver socks. This is not a controversial observation. The Army's own post-war medical studies reached the same conclusion. It is, however, an observation that the heroic narrative of the Bulge consistently omits, because trench foot is not heroic. It is degrading. It reduces soldiers to patience and combat to endurance, and it indicts the institution that sent them there with inadequate equipment. Between the 16th of December and the 31st of January, V Corps reported approximately 3,400 non-battle cold weather casualties, trench foot and frostbite combined, compared to approximately 2,800 battle casualties in the same period. The non-battle casualties represented roughly 24% of total rifle strength and required evacuation and hospitalization, averaging 30 to 45 days per case. Approximately 5% of severe trench foot cases resulted in amputation. These men did not return to their units. They were replaced by the same individual replacement system that sent strangers to fill the foxholes of the fallen, and their absence weakened the units they left behind in the same way that combat casualties did. One fewer experienced man, one fewer familiar face, one more gap filled by someone who didn't know the terrain, or the routines, or the names. The US Army had known about the trench foot problem before the Ardennes. Cold weather training and equipment testing had been conducted in 1943 at Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, and Camp Hale, Colorado. Recommendations for insulated boots and cold weather clothing were implemented for troops deploying to the Aleutian Islands. They were not adopted for the European theatre, apparently on the assumption that Western European winter conditions did not require the same equipment as sub-Arctic operations. This was a planning failure grounded in geographic assumptions, the belief that Belgium was not Alaska, and therefore Alaska-grade equipment was unnecessary. Belgium in December of 1944 was not Alaska. But a man sitting in an ice-water-filled foxhole for 16 hours does not care about latitude. He cares about whether his boots are waterproof. The answer for most of the men on Elsenborn Ridge was no. The V Corps surgeons' daily reports continued through January, the tables of non-battle casualties filling pages with the same columnar precision they had maintained through December. The numbers declined as the static defense period ended and the units began to move, movement itself being a form of treatment, because walking generates circulation. But the damage was done. The ridge had been held not just against the German army, but against the winter itself, and the winter had extracted a toll that no after-action report adequately conveys. The cold did not attack with artillery or infantry. It attacked with stillness, the enforced immobility of men who could not leave their holes, could not remove their boots, could not warm their feet. The surgeons' reports document this attrition with clinical detachment. 1 table per day, 1 row per division, the numbers accumulating like snowfall, quiet, steady, and erasive. And Chapter 14. The replacement, 1 soldier's first day on the ridge. In the 99th Infantry Division Association's archives, there is a cassette tape recorded in 1987, now digitized, of a veteran identified only as RM, Private First Class, 395th Infantry. The recording quality is poor. There is a dog barking somewhere in the background, and the man's voice has the flattened affect of someone recalling something he has not spoken about often. He describes his arrival on Elsenborn Ridge on the 29th of December, 1944. He says, "They put me in a hole with a guy named, I don't remember his name. He didn't want to talk. I asked him what happened here. He said, 'Don't ask.' That was my first day." The replacement pipeline that delivered RM to his foxhole was a system designed for speed, not integration. Individual soldiers, not formed squads or platoons, but single men, were processed through a V-Corps replacement depot near Eupen, sorted by military occupational specialty and by the needs of depleted units, loaded onto trucks and driven forward to unit rear areas. From there, a company runner, or NCO, would guide the replacement to his assigned position, typically a foxhole whose previous occupant had been killed, wounded, or evacuated with trench foot. The entire process, from depot to foxhole, could take as little as 48 hours. There was no meaningful orientation period, no opportunity to learn the unit's habits or the terrain's features, no time to form the bonds of trust that combat cohesion requires. The experience of arriving at a company that has lost 60% of its original strength is an experience that the replacement system's designers never adequately considered. The surviving members of such a unit are bonded by shared trauma, operating on institutional memory and mutual knowledge that no briefing can replicate. They know which foxhole has good drainage and which floods. They know where the German observation is strongest and where a man can move safely during daylight. They know the sounds of the position, which distant explosions are outgoing and which are incoming, which creak of a tree branch is wind and which might be movement. The replacement knows none of this. He arrives as a stranger among men who have learned, through the cruelest possible education, not to invest emotionally in strangers, because strangers die, and grief is a luxury that exhausted men cannot afford. The official replacement system records describe a process of orientation, buddy assignment, and gradual integration. The individual accounts from both replacements and receiving units describe something far more abrupt. A new man is pointed at a foxhole. He is given a sector of fire, a direction to point his weapon. He is told the schedule for watches. He is told when food comes forward and how to heat it. He is not told what happened here. He is not introduced to the men in adjacent positions. He is a body filling a slot, and the system that delivered him treats him as such. The official process existed on paper. The actual process was survival triage. Between the 20th of December and the 15th of January, GV Corps received approximately 4,200 individual replacements. Of these, roughly 2,600 went to the 2nd and 99th Divisions on Elsenborn Ridge. That number represents approximately 30% of those divisions' authorized rifle strength, meaning that by mid-January, nearly 1 man in 3 on the ridge had not been there when the German attack began. The unit that held Elsenborn Ridge at the end of December was not the same unit that had held it at the beginning. It was a composite, a mixture of survivors and strangers, bound by geography and orders, but not yet by the shared experience that makes a unit cohere. The American individual replacement system stood in deliberate contrast to the German Feldesatz system, which sent formed groups, squads, or platoons that had trained together to fill unit-level gaps. The German system was slower, but preserved the small unit cohesion that military psychologists have identified as the single most important factor in soldiers' willingness to fight. The American system was faster and maintained statistical unit strength with impressive efficiency, but it atomized the social fabric of the units it replenished. A company that received 20 individual replacements in a week had 20 new men who knew nobody, not a formed platoon that knew each other. The institutional values embedded in each system were different. The Americans prioritized speed and numerical strength. The Germans prioritized organic bonds. Both approaches had costs. The American cost was paid in the isolation and heightened vulnerability of men like RM. When I listen to RM's tape, what strikes me is not the content of his words, but the pause before the final sentence. There is a silence of approximately 4 seconds between "he said" and "don't ask." 4 seconds is a long pause in recorded speech. It is the kind of pause that indicates not a search for the right word, but a decision about whether to continue. In that silence is 40 years of carrying the memory of arriving somewhere terrible, knowing nothing, being told nothing, and understanding from the silence of the man in the foxhole beside him that what had happened here was beyond casual explanation. The recording is not a dramatic oral history. It is a fragment, a minute and a half of an old man's voice on a poor quality tape. But it is the kind of fragment that the archive preserves and that the narrative of the battle needs, because it is the only record of a common experience, the replacement's first day, that thousands of men shared and almost none documented. Post-war psychiatric studies of combat veterans found that replacement soldiers who arrived during or immediately after intense combat showed higher rates of post-traumatic stress disorder than soldiers who had experienced the same combat as members of established units. The absence of social bonds, the sense of fighting among strangers, of being expendable filler in someone else's war, was itself a psychological risk factor. The replacement system that maintained the division's numerical strength was simultaneously undermining their psychological resilience, filling foxholes with men who were statistically more likely to become psychiatric casualties because they lacked the protective buffer of belonging. This finding, published decades after the war, confirmed what every veteran of the replacement experience already knew intuitively, that arriving alone was its own form of wound. The man in the foxhole who said "don't ask" was not being hostile. He was being honest, or perhaps merciful. What had happened at Rocherath Krinkelt, in the Krinkelter Wald, on the open slopes east of the ridge where the artillery had done its work, was not material for casual conversation with a stranger. It was the kind of knowledge that could only be shared with someone who had been there, and RM had not been there. The silence between them, the veteran and the replacement, sharing a hole in the frozen ground, was the social reality of the replacement system made physical. 2 men, close enough to touch, separated by an experience that one had survived and the other could not comprehend. RM survived the war. His name appears on the 99th Division's post-war roster. He attended at least one reunion where the tape was recorded. Beyond these facts, his story in the archive is thin. A minute and a half of audio, a name reduced to initials, a single day described in a few sentences. But his experience was the experience of 2,600 men who arrived on Elsenborn Ridge as strangers and were expected to become soldiers of the 2nd and 99th Divisions instantly by virtue of being assigned there. Some did, some didn't. The system did not track which was which. It tracked numbers, slots filled, strength maintained, requisitions met. The tape recorder in 1987 captured what the system could not: the sound of a man remembering what it felt like to arrive. Chapter 15. The Counterattack That Wasn't, January 1945. The 2nd Infantry Division's operations order for the January advance east from Elsenborn Ridge includes an intelligence annex describing the expected enemy situation in the sector. One paragraph reads, "Enemy forces in the sector are assessed as significantly reduced in strength. Resistance is expected to be disorganized." In the margin of the copy that made its way to a battalion command post, someone has written a single word in pencil. The annotation was not redacted from the archived copy. It survives as a silent editorial from a man who had spent 3 weeks under fire on the ridge and who did not share the intelligence staff's optimism about what waited in the forest to the east. The order to advance came in early January as part of the broader Allied counteroffensive to reduce the Bulge. Across the Ardennes, American divisions were pushing inward from north and south, compressing the salient that the German offensive had created. The Elsenborn sector divisions, the 2nd and 99th, were ordered to advance eastward, retracing the ground they had defended, moving back into the Krinkelter Wald and toward the German border positions that had been the start line of the offensive 3 weeks earlier. The order was logical at the operational level, at the company level. It was received by men who had survived the worst defensive battle of the Western Front and were now being asked to leave their foxholes and walk forward into the same forest that had nearly consumed them. The minefields were the first and most persistent obstacle. Both American and German mines now lay in the path of the advance, scattered across the terrain in patterns that reflected the chaos of the December fighting. American mines, laid during the hasty defensive preparations of the 16th through 19th of December, were inconsistently mapped. The V Corps engineers' report claims that 80% of American minefields were accurately recorded. The 2nd Division's Engineer Battalion disputes this, citing multiple incidents in which their own mines were encountered in locations not on any minefield record. And I credit the division-level account, because the evidence of unexpected mine encounters is documented in casualty reports that have no institutional incentive to fabricate. Casualties from mines in January exceeded casualties from enemy fire in several battalions, a statistic that inverts the normal hierarchy of battlefield threats and speaks to the density and unpredictability of the explosive debris that both armies had left in the forest. Frozen minefields presented a specific technical problem that compounded the mapping failures. The German S-Mine 35, the Bouncing Betty, and the American M2A4 anti-personnel mine both relied on mechanical fuses whose sensitivity was affected by temperature. Some mines froze in place and failed to detonate when stepped on, only to become active again during a thaw. And others became more sensitive as the frozen ground shifted around them, reducing the pressure required for activation. Mine clearance teams could not rely on standard detection equipment because the frozen ground altered the mine's depth and orientation relative to the surface. Manual probing, a soldier lying prone, pushing a thin metal rod into the ground at a shallow angle, feeling for the resistance of a mine casing, was the only reliable method, and it proceeded at a pace measured in hours per 100 meters of cleared path. The return to the Krinkelter Wald confronted the advancing soldiers with something that no operations order had prepared them for: the unburied dead of their own earlier battle. American and German bodies from the December fighting lay where they had fallen, preserved by the cold, covered by varying depths of snow. Soldiers, advancing through the forest, encountered the frozen remains of men they had served with, recognizable in some cases by equipment, insignia, or physical features despite 3 weeks of exposure. Multiple post-war accounts from both divisions describe this experience as psychologically worse than the December fighting itself. The combat had been immediate, urgent, adrenaline-fueled, a crisis that demanded action and left no time for reflection. The advance through the battlefield's residue was slow, deliberate, and saturated with the evidence of what the crisis had cost. The Losheimergraben Crossroads, the same objective the 2nd Division had been attacking on the 13th of December, when the German offensive interrupted everything, was recaptured around the 15th of January. The same ground, the same crossroads, the same concrete pillboxes of the Siegfried Line. A month had passed. The intervening weeks had consumed thousands of American and German lives to defend and attack and ultimately re-advance across terrain that the 2nd Division had been within reach of securing before the Bulge began. The circularity is not ironic. Irony implies a narrative consciousness that history does not possess. It is simply the arithmetic of war: ground lost, ground held, ground regained, the net advance measured in meters, and the cost measured in men. I find the word counterattack dishonest when applied to the January advance from Elsenborn. A counterattack implies momentum, initiative, the aggressive reclamation of lost ground by a force that has absorbed the enemy's blow and is now delivering its own. What happened in January on the Elsenborn sector was something less dynamic and more painful. A slow, careful, mine-impeded, casualty-producing walk forward by exhausted units whose offensive capability had been significantly degraded by the preceding month of combat, cold weather losses, and the dilution of experienced personnel by replacements. The advance was measured in hundreds of meters per day, not kilometers. The resistance, contrary to the intelligence annex's assessment, was not uniformly disorganized. The 2nd Infantry Division suffered 625 battle casualties during the January advance, a figure remarkably close to the 734 battle casualties it suffered during the December defensive battle. The advance was, in human terms, nearly as costly as the defense. This equivalence contradicts the narrative expectation that the counterattack phase should have been less costly than the crisis phase, that the hard part was over and the advance was a return to normalcy. It was not. The forest was mined. The Germans, though weakened, occupied prepared positions. The cold continued to take its toll, and the men doing the advancing were not the men of mid-December. They were a different formation, 30% replacements, with trench foot evacuees still uncounted in the rear, and the institutional knowledge of the original unit diluted by every day of attrition. The 99th Division, the formation that had been the Green Division in December, performed measurably better in the January advance than its statistical profile would have predicted. Its casualty to advance ratio was lower than the 2nd Division's in several comparable engagements. The explanation, though uncomfortable, is straightforward. The December battle had functioned as the most intensive combat training the 99th soldiers could have received. The men who survived the Krinkelter Wald, Losheimergraben, and the withdrawal to the ridge had been educated in forest warfare, small unit tactics, and survival under fire in conditions that no training program could simulate. They were no longer the battle babies. They were veterans, hardened not by design, but by crisis, and their January performance reflected the cruel efficiency of combat as a teacher. The January advance does not lend itself to a satisfying narrative conclusion. There was no dramatic moment of breakthrough, no flag raised on a recaptured height, no symbolic gesture to mark the end of the Elsenborn story. The units advanced, took casualties, cleared mines, and eventually reached the positions they had held or had been attacking before the 16th of December. The front stabilized. The Bulge was eliminated. The war continued, grinding eastward toward the Rhine and beyond. Elsenborn Ridge returned to being what it had been before the battle, a windswept Belgian plateau, unremarkable to anyone who did not know what had happened there. The foxholes remained, slowly filling with snow and debris. The cratered fields east of the ridge began their slow recovery, and the men who had held the ridge, those who survived December, survived the cold, survived January, moved on to the next position, the next order, the next phase of a war that still had months to run and had already taken from them more than any accounting could capture. Chapter 16. The Memory War. Who Owns Elsenborn Ridge? The first edition of John Toland's Battle, The Story of the Bulge, published in 1959, contains 389 pages. Elsenborn Ridge receives approximately 18 pages of coverage. Bastogne receives approximately 110. If historical importance were measured by page allocation, a crude metric, but a revealing one, Elsenborn would be roughly 1/6 as significant as Bastogne. By any military measure of operational consequence, this ratio is indefensible. The question of why Bastogne dominates the popular memory of the Bulge, while Elsenborn occupies a footnote, is not a question about the battles themselves. It is a question about narrative. Bastogne had the elements that storytelling requires: a siege, a surrounded garrison, a defiant reply to a surrender demand, and a dramatic relief by Patton's Third Army, driving north through winter weather. It had the 101st Airborne Division, a unit with a distinctive identity, aggressive public relations, and a paratrooper mystique that captured the American imagination. It had General McAuliffe's response to the German surrender ultimatum, a single word that became the war's most quoted anecdote. Elsenborn had none of these things. It had 2 line infantry divisions, the 2nd and the 99th, without distinctive public identities. It had a defensive action that lacked dramatic movement. It had a corps commander, Gero, who neither sought nor received publicity. It held. Holding is not cinematic. The strategic comparison between the two positions undermines the popular ranking. Bastogne was surrounded, but the German advance flowed around it. The road junction at Bastogne was denied to the Germans, which complicated their logistics, but it did not stop the advance. The Fifth Panzer Army bypassed Bastogne and continued westward toward the Meuse. Elsenborn was never surrounded, and the German advance did not flow around it. The Sixth Panzer Army was stopped completely, permanently, and with catastrophic losses at the ridge and its flanking positions. The northern half of the German offensive was choked at Elsenborn. The distinction is between a position that was an obstacle and a position that was a wall. Some historians have attempted to redress the imbalance. Charles B. MacDonald, in the US, Army's Official History of the Bulge, gave Elsenborn appropriate weight and argued that the northern shoulder was the decisive factor in the offensive's failure. John S. D. Eisenhower, in the Bitter Woods, argued for Bastogne's greater significance based on the road junction's logistical importance to the German Fifth Panzer Army. Both positions have evidentiary support, and the debate is legitimate. I side with MacDonald's assessment based on the fuel consumption analysis, the Sixth Panzer Army's complete paralysis, and the consequent isolation of Kampfgruppe Piper, all of which were direct products of the Elsenborn shoulder holding. But I acknowledge that the debate exists and that reasonable historians have reached different conclusions. The film and television record deepens the distortion. No major film or television production has depicted the Elsenborn Ridge fighting. The 1965 film Battle of the Bulge, despite its title, focused on a fictionalized composite of events and gave no meaningful treatment to the Northern Shoulder. Band of Brothers, the 2001 HBO series that became the definitive popular representation of the European War for a generation of viewers, followed the 101st Airborne at Bastogne. The reasons for Elsenborn's absence from screen are structural rather than conspiratorial. Defensive combat in fixed positions is visually static. Men sitting in foxholes, calling artillery fire onto distant targets, do not produce the kinetic movement that film and television require. The medium favors offense, movement, and visible human action. Elsenborn's defense was largely about the absence of these things, about holding still while the artillery did the killing, at distances too great for a camera to capture. MacDonald's role in the historiography deserves particular note because it illustrates how the participant historian can serve as a corrective to narrative distortion. MacDonald was not merely the author of the official history, he was a veteran of the battle. He had commanded a company in the 2nd Infantry Division in the Krinkelter Wald during the December fighting. His objectivity as the official historian was informed and arguably sharpened by his personal understanding of what the ridge defense had required. He knew the ground because he had stood on it. He knew the stakes because he had survived them. His official history gives Elsenborn its due weight, not because MacDonald was biased toward his own experience, but because his experience inoculated him against the narrative gravitational pull of Bastogne. He had been at Elsenborn. He knew it mattered. He wrote accordingly. The Belgian memory of Elsenborn is local, quiet, and modestly maintained. The twin villages of Rocherath Krinkelt, rebuilt after the war, have small monuments, plaques and markers at key locations, maintained by the commune and visited primarily by military history enthusiasts and the families of veterans. There is nothing approaching the tourist infrastructure of Bastogne, where the Mardasson Memorial and the Bastogne War Museum draw hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. Elsenborn's memorials are for the knowing, not the casual. You have to seek them out. You have to know what you're looking for. The landscape does not advertise its history. The 99th Infantry Division Association spent decades advocating for recognition of its role at Elsenborn. The association's records, meeting minutes, correspondence with the Army Historical Division, newsletters distributed to members, document a sustained, patient effort by veterans who understood that their story was being eclipsed. They wrote memoirs. They recorded oral histories. They organized battlefield tours. They did the work of self-documentation that the institutional narrative had not done for them. The 2nd Division's veterans, from a unit with a longer history and a more established institutional identity, did not face the same degree of invisibility. But even the 2nd Division's Elsenborn experience was subsumed, in popular memory, by Bastogne's louder story. I am making this documentary, in part, because I believe the historical record has been imbalanced by the gravitational pull of a good story. Bastogne is a better story, more dramatic, more dynamic, more amenable to the narrative structures that audiences respond to. Elsenborn is more important history, more consequential strategically, more decisive operationally, more illustrative of the factors that actually determine the battle's outcome. The two are not the same thing, and the persistent confusion between narrative quality and historical significance is not harmless. It distorts public understanding of how wars are fought and won. It privileges the dramatic over the decisive. It teaches audiences that battles are decided by defiant one-word replies and last-minute cavalry charges, when they are more often decided by artillery concentrations, terrain analysis, and a corps commander's quiet decision to act before permission arrives. The publication record quantifies the distortion with blunt clarity. A catalogue search returns approximately 340 English-language books with Battle of the Bulge as a subject heading. Of these, roughly 45 contain the word Elsenborn in the index. Approximately 210 contain Bastogne. The ratio is consistent across decades of publishing, roughly 5-1 Bastogne over Elsenborn. The ratio does not reflect the battle's relative importance. It reflects the publishing industry's assessment of what readers want, which is drama, not analysis. The ridge, which held the northern wall of the Bulge in place and made everything else possible, remains. In the library, as on the ground, a quiet place that does not call attention to itself. Chapter 17. The Ridge in Winter Light. What Elsenborn means. There is no archive in this opening. There is a field. I stood on the crest of Elsenborn Ridge on a morning in late autumn, at approximately the location of Concentration Victor 12, the 48-gun target zone east of Dom Butgenbach. The ground was soft under recent rain, and the grass had the faded quality of a season turning. The wind was the first thing I noticed, and the last thing I forgot, a constant west wind that scours the plateau and makes standing still uncomfortable within minutes. The Belgian farmer who works this land has asked, over the years, to remain unnamed in published accounts. He finds shell fragments when he plows. He finds casing remnants, corroded equipment parts, and occasionally something more personal. A buckle, a canteen, a button. In 2019, he found a set of American dog tags. The name had been partially effaced by decades of Belgian soil chemistry, but enough remained for identification. He turned them in to the local commune. They were forwarded to the American Battle Monuments Commission. The soldier's family was located and the tags were returned. The field is still producing evidence, and it will continue to do so for decades. The soil releasing, grain by grain, the metal that was driven into it in December of 1944. The terrain is unchanged. The open fields of fire that the American artillery exploited are still open. Farmland and heath, treeless, wind exposed, visible for kilometers in every direction. The Krinkelter Wald has regrown, the forest that was shattered by artillery, and fighting now a mature stand of trees whose root systems are intertwined with the metal fragments of a war fought 3 generations ago. On the forest floor, if you know what to look for, you can see the traces of foxholes, shallow depressions, too regular to be natural, slightly sunken along lines that correspond to the defensive positions marked on the wartime maps. The forest has absorbed the foxholes, but not erased them. They are palimpsests, legible to a trained eye, invisible to a casual walker. The monuments are modest. At Rocherath Krinkelt, rebuilt plaques mark key locations in the village fighting. At the Elsenborn camp, still an active Belgian military training facility, a memorial records the American units that fought here. There is no national American monument at Elsenborn. The contrast with Bastogne, where the Mardasson Memorial rises above the town in monumental stone, is stark and telling. The landscape's quiet is itself a statement about the battle's place in collective memory, or its absence from that memory. The unexploded ordnance remains a present tense concern. The Belgian military's bomb disposal service, DOVO, the Dienst voor Opruiming en Vernietiging van Ontploffingsstukken, recovers ordnance from the Elsenborn area annually. Belgian records estimate that approximately 10 to 15% of artillery shells fired during the battle failed to detonate, a higher dud rate than the 5 to 8% estimated in American after-action reports. The Belgian figure, based on 80 years of continuous recovery data, is almost certainly more accurate. DOVO teams have recovered approximately 230 tons of unexploded ordnance from the Elsenborn sector since 1945. The implied total ordnance, extrapolated from the dud rate, is broadly consistent with the American ammunition expenditure records. The ground is still armed. It will be for generations. The environmental residue extends beyond metal. The heavy metals from approximately 185,000 artillery rounds, lead, copper, zinc, and TNT breakdown products, have entered the soil and groundwater of the Elsenborn Plateau. Belgian environmental studies have detected elevated concentrations of these contaminants in soil samples from the battlefield. The war's chemistry outlasts its politics. The decisions made in December of 1944 to mass 348 guns and fire 11,500 tons of ammunition into an area 5 miles wide have consequences that are measurable in milligrams per kilogram of soil 8 decades later. In 2017, a Belgian archaeological team conducting a survey of the Elsenborn battlefield found in a collapsed foxhole position a US Army issue pocket Bible. The inside cover bore the name of a soldier from the 99th Infantry Division. The Bible had a bullet hole through its center, entry and exit, clean through the middle of the book. The soldier's name was checked against the division's post-war roster. He survived the war. He appears on the roster with no casualty notation. Somewhere in the chaos of the Krinkelter Wald, a bullet struck his Bible instead of his body, or passed through the Bible after passing through something else, or was in the Bible's pocket when it was set aside. The circumstances are unrecoverable. The Bible, with its bullet hole, is now in the local commune's museum, a small artifact in a small collection in a small Belgian town. The last veterans of the Elsenborn fighting are, as of this recording, vanishingly few. The men who were 18 in December of 1944 are now, if they survive, past 100. The transition from living memory to archival memory, from men who can describe the sound of the forest breaking apart under artillery, to documents that record the ammunition expenditure, is happening now. Within a few years, there will be no one alive who stood on this ridge in the winter of 1944. The cassette tape of RM, the morning reports of Company K, the S3 journal with its deepening pencil marks, the fire mission logs with their 2-minute kill entries, these will be all that remains of the experience, translated from flesh into paper and magnetic tape and digital file. I stood on the ridge and looked east toward the Krinkelter Wald. The distance from the tree line to where I stood was about 1,500 meters. You could walk it in 15 minutes at a comfortable pace. On the 20th of December, 1944, the 12th SS Panzer Division and the 3rd Panzer Grenadier Division tried to cross that distance and were broken by the American artillery before they reached the foxhole line. 11,500 German soldiers, killed and wounded, were the cost of trying to cross ground that a person can walk in a quarter of an hour. It is not far. It was far enough. The ridge held because of terrain that favored the defender, artillery that was massed and coordinated beyond anything the German force could suppress. The decisions of Gero and Robertson made in the first hours of the crisis. The stubbornness of green soldiers who didn't know when they were supposed to break, and the professional competence of veteran soldiers who knew exactly what to do and did it. No single factor was sufficient. All were necessary. The ridge held, and because it held, the Sixth Panzer Army's offensive collapsed. And because the Sixth Panzer Army collapsed, the Bulge was containable. And because the Bulge was contained, the war's timeline was not extended by the months or years that a successful German offensive might have purchased. The chain of causation runs from a lieutenant's paced-off kill zone at Losheimergraben to the strategic map of Europe. The ridge connects them. It is still there, open, wind-scoured, farmed, armed with its unexploded shells and its contaminated soil and its fading foxhole traces. It does not explain itself. It does not need to. The evidence is in the ground, and the ground is patient.